Hey, yo. I'm going to go live real quick. Damien getting in here in just a second. Just going to.
There we go. I think you guys can hear me now, right? Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna say, with that damn show, 98 Rock, like we ain't doing that, man. We already talked to them a long time ago. Everything was smooth, good people over there. You know, they're talented at what they do. We're not gonna sit up here and
that's not a good thing.
Once
Yeah,
again,
that's not
we appreciate the support, but we're not doing that, man. We're not doing that. And like I said, good people over there, and they're gonna bounce back and do their thing. But we're not doing no celebration of.
We do appreciate you guys having our back because you motherfuckers are crazy.
Yeah, straight up.
Y'all are crazy.
I wanna
to fight for no reason.
Yeah,
but
I want to make that clear. We appreciate it, but that's not.
We good. Yeah, we. This is a bitch of a business, man. It's a really, really difficult business. Oh, thanks. Matt and I have been trying to get that done for like 4 or 5 days, man. So I'm glad you saw that. I'm glad Matt got
it. Man, I missed it, man. I gotta check it out.
It probably went up an hour or two ago. It hasn't been up very long. We recorded it at like 9.
You know what I'm really pissed off about right now? You guys know what I'm really upset about? I forgot my damn mouse. There's one thing that angers me.
Did you have a trackpad?
Yeah, but I gotta get all over here, do this. I had the mouse right here. I can make whatever move.
I got multiple mouses over. I got mice over here.
God!
Always the wrong one. Like which one does which? Oh man.
No, not the noisy mouse. I should bring that as the backup. That's Mac 10. I should bring that as the backup. The noisy mouse.
See my man Jim in here.
Shout out Jim.
Jim sent me to the Wolves before D-Lo and Casey started. I was like, Jim, I got an idea. He said, yes, go do it. Took it to Stacy. She was like, no. What's good, baby?
Yeah.
Happy Friday. Welcome in to the November 4th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package.
Hold on. Where'd that come from?
You always like to acknowledge me with a little sound after that. So I just thought we'd go ahead and drop a little sound. We appreciate you for being with us, man. We've got it's a bit of a different Friday. James will be here in the final hour of the show. It's Kyle Matson's bye week.
Yeah, everybody on a bye week.
Kyle Matson off at Disneyland. Trista Krick going to be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. And then we just got time to talk and hang out and have some fun. We'll get ready for the Kings and the Magic. When
was the last time you went to Disneyland?
I've only been once, and it was 2018, maybe 17. I can't really remember.
That was your first time going when you went there?
Yeah.
How'd you like it?
It was fine. I don't know. It was good because I went with like Disney people. Like Kyle's a Disney person.
Oh, I thought you meant
No.
the
Like
owners of
no.
Disney.
Yes, I went with Walton. No, I went with people who like love Disney.
Okay.
And so they like were like this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do it.
Mhm.
And they were like amped up about everything. And like that's cool. It was fine. I don't know what else to say. It was fine.
It was. I've only been twice. I went once when I was like 2 or 3, and all I remember was seeing Captain EO. Very cool.
Yeah.
Even though I was scared to death
So
because it was 3D at the time.
to be fair, Disneyland. I did go to Disney World once.
Oh, that's a whole different. That's a different level.
And is it though?
From everything I hear.
Oh, I don't. Well, I guess so. It's a lot.
I've
But
never
I
been to
saw
Disneyland.
Captain EO at Disney. I actually
they
went
still
to
have
Disney.
it now. Captain
No,
EO?
this was in 2000. It's when I ran that Goofy challenge. So it was in 2012, maybe 13.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I thought they got rid of it in the 80s after I saw.
Well, they
it.
did. But when Mike died,
Oh, they brought it back.
they brought it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they brought
Okay.
it back. So that's part of the I ran the Goofy challenge for 2 reasons: to get Tamika Catchings the Goofy medal that she wanted, and to see Captain EO.
Nice. They I went when I was 2 or 3, and then I went for Reese's 3rd birthday. And you know my lovely fiance, you know how she is. She is very thorough, very
Yes.
very like, we're gonna do this.
Not you. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
very
she's
not
very,
you.
very
Yep.
right. So like, we're going for his birthday.
Mhm.
She's like, we're going to Disneyland. It's like, all right, sure, whatever. It's the kid's birthday. Let's do it. We got there at 10:30 a.m.
Mhm.
We left at 1:45 a.m.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
You did
We
it.
didn't have no hotel, nothing. We was
Yeah.
just in the theme park.
Yeah.
I said, come on, man.
Man,
Come on now.
that's a lot.
Scarred me for a minute, man. I don't know
see
when
why.
I'm going
I
back.
see why you haven't gone back.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I went for a
was a
few
lot.
hours. Like I legit went for a few hours. I just went to Southern California because it's just I was
You
on the
love
beach.
LA? Is that why?
No, I didn't
You
say
said
that.
Jesse, you heard
I
him
wasn't
say it
even in
before.
LA. I was in like
said it.
Long
He
Beach.
said
I
it. He
said
sang
I
it.
didn't even say LA. I said Southern California.
Okay, Lake Show.
That ain't my voice.
Jesse, where's that audio of him singing? Where is it at when you need it?
And hey, I just got a text. Hey, we're going to Disneyland tomorrow. You want to go? I was like, oh, yeah, cool. Like I'm driving back, but sure. Like I'll go. And that's ultimately what I did. I was at Disneyland for probably 6 hours, 5-6 hours.
Lucky you.
That was enough for me.
Lucky you.
And I was
Disneyland's cool though. It is cool, but it's just that was a lot. That was a lot. Now the reason why we stayed so late is because we were trying to catch the little parade, and we did. The parade was really cool. I don't know if I would have stayed like till midnight to see it, but
Why is
since I did
Disneyland
see
doing
it,
parades at midnight? Like, I need the kids out there. Put these badass kids to bed.
Reese didn't even see it. We couldn't even wake him up. We were there for him and for him to see that parade. He fell
disguise it.
asleep waiting for
They
it.
disguise it as something for the kids. This is an adult theme park.
It was really cool. The parade was dope, though. I will say that the lights, whatever, the light parade, whatever, it was really dope. I don't know when I'm going back though. Actually, I'm going back whenever she says we're going back.
That's true. You are. And I'd
But
imagine it's probably
we
not
staying
too
at the
far
hotel.
away.
We staying at the hotel, man. We staying because we were living there at the time. That's why we didn't have nowhere to we weren't staying. So we were just like, yeah, we'll leave from the house and go. This time I'm staying at the Disney hotel, bro. I need a 20-second timeout. Can't do that.
Oh,
again.
understood. Yeah, you got to do that. That's a
Yeah.
must. I don't know why everybody is surprised we're starting the show talking about Disneyland. How would you prefer we start the show? Of course, we're talking about Disneyland. Why
Nuggets Thunder. Is that what you guys want to talk about? That was a nasty dunk by Jamal Murray last night.
You know, the NBA has an uncharacteristic amount of drama around it, and not like the fun, exciting drama, but the like get your house in order type of drama. Like Roger Goodell called Adam Silver yesterday, like, bro, what are you doing? Y'all are making us look bad. Get this fixed.
Yeah, this
Y'all got the dude who was with the Spurs. We ain't even talked about that story. It got worse today.
It's crazy.
And then you got the Kyrie stuff.
Now, what Adam Silver could say back is, we don't have anybody being investigated by the feds.
And Roger would say, well, technically neither do we.
Look at this.
Ain't no double murderer in my Hall of Fame. I don't know about you, Roger. I can't. OJ ain't getting press passes at our games. What about yours? We'll get to Kyrie. Obviously, it's gonna take some time to dissect. There was just a ton of news surrounding Kyrie Irving, and this. I don't know, man. We'll talk about it. We'll get there. Let's start with the Kings' opponent, though, because obviously we're going to talk a lot about the Kings and the Orlando Magic tomorrow.
I did see that.
Obviously, the tie-in, Disneyland, Disney World, Sacramento Kings, Orlando Magic.
Kamara.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. King of the segues here. Magic won last night.
They did.
They beat the Warriors yesterday. Like, Jesse put a note in our rundown that the Magic are the lowest scoring team in the Eastern Conference.
Bro, they were scoring at will in that fourth
They put
quarter.
up 130 in regulation yesterday.
That's crazy. I watched the
Man.
final 6 minutes or so of that game because the Warriors at one point, I think in the fourth, were up by like 8. It was like I checked the score. I was like, okay, well, this one's about
Good.
done. The Warriors are handling business.
Yeah.
Then I went to check again, and the Magic were up by like 3 with 3-4 minutes to go. I said, how did we get here? So I watched the end of that game, and the Warriors' defense is just atrocious.
It's bad.
Just atrocious. It's kind of disgusting. And I know they're the Warriors. I know the talent they have. I know this is like everybody freaking out early on or whatever, but I don't know, man. Like they're gonna make the playoffs, obviously, but I don't know.
They got stuff to fix
Yeah.
internally, and I don't think it can be fixed. I don't think their issues can be fixed this year. Not with triple single on the roster.
I agree.
And I just I think championship teams can overcome a lot.
Yeah. Glad to hear him calling out the young guys last night too.
Well,
he did say,
to be fair,
too.
yeah, it was a really weird approach. It was a really weird approach to say, hey, this is on us. Because he could have said that, yo, this is on all of us. It's on all of us in a Warriors uniform.
Right.
But he chose to say, yeah, it's the young guy's fault. I mean, it's the old guy's fault too, but yeah, it's the young guy's fault. Trey, you could have done that differently.
Yeah.
But I think that's what I think that's what they're dealing with. And I don't know how you get through this.
Well,
It's one thing.
go ahead.
It's one thing if Draymond and Kevin Durant don't like each other or aren't vibing or aren't connected. Like those, that's different. A fist fight is something else.
Yeah.
That's been gone out there to the world. That's been made public. Like that's not the same thing. With
Broken the
video.
trust of a
That's
lot of
it.
people in that line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he say something like that, and someone like, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas last year they might be like, all right, Trace, trying to get us going or whatever. Now,
And to
Wiseman might be like, shut up, bro.
like Steph can do that. Steph can say, yeah, they've got to step up. They've got to be better. I don't know that Draymond is in the position to be able to do that anymore. Not only because of his, what I think is a fractured relationship with the locker room, but Brody, you ain't that player no more. Like you can't, and this isn't Draymond. He's not. This isn't Draymond hate or slander. He's not. And I don't know how a player who's not a big time contributor can call out other people for not being big time contributors. Again, Steph can.
Yeah.
I don't know that Draymond
especially when, I mean, he's one guy. That's why all the arguments before were ridiculous, but let's keep the same energy. When they talked about how great of how they won the championships, it was because of Draymond's defense and all this other stuff. Well, you guys giving up like 130 routinely. That's on you. That's your job.
Yeah.
Steph's job is to get buckets. You're supposed to be the one to be the catalyst of the defensive end, and you guys aren't taking care of business. So, to your point, like you gotta he doesn't really have the cachet right now to be calling people out.
I don't think they're collectively invested on that side of the ball either. Like
No.
I don't even know if it's they're playing bad defense or they're just not playing defense.
A couple of them last
They're just
night. It was just
kind of like falling back.
they didn't care.
Yeah, and it was 130
to the Magic. And the Magic are lowest scoring team, like you said. And they had like a gang of people sitting out.
Magic better not go for 138 tomorrow.
Oh, no,
man,
no,
I
no.
swear.
Look, I'm going to tell you right now. I was watching that game talking about go Magic. Go Magic.
Oh, me too.
Because they ain't going on no damn winning streak.
Yeah.
Get the win last night. Now, they may go on a 2-game. I'm not putting the cart before the horse. I'm just saying it was boding better for the Kings' chances, in my opinion, if the Magic got their win last night.
I agree. They shot 46 free throws yesterday.
The Magic did?
Yeah.
Wow.
They shot 46 free throws. They were 33 of 46. The Warriors were 10 of 15. My goodness gracious. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Kings Magic matchup, and we'll talk about the news that broke shortly after the show regarding Kyrie Irving as well. Much more ahead. Phone lines are open for you all day, by the way. 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick, first one to join us, coming up at 2 o'clock here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, here comes that Sports Center update. I can hear it. Oh, man, I wanted to hear it. Wow, Jesse's back to being exclusive.
This is a nice, he didn't intend it this way. This is a nice little flex by Kenyon Murray. My friend at Derek Jeter told Keegan.
That's strong.
I mean, we could have ended the
Strong.
tweet
That's
right
strong.
there.
Yeah, that's strong.
As a matter of fact, I will. There's no need to read the rest of it. He said, you will fail and fail often. How you bounce back will be determined by the foundation you have and the support you have around you. Pretty sure DJ knows a little about being a successful pro. Go at Sacramento Kings. Settle down. You know, I really liked the Jeter.
Yeah, it was
30
all
for
right.
30.
The captain.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah.
It was all right.
What you want, a Manny be a Manning 30 for 30?
That's funny. Albert, honestly, man, I ain't even. It's still sitting next to the computer from the day I opened it, man. I ain't had a chance to crack it yet.
Albert, honestly.
I'll get there. I'll get there. I got several other books I want to get to. There was no rush to read it because they never rescheduled the Jamil conversation, so I didn't have the rush to.
That one was crazy.
No, if she worked with E40's people, she'd be on the game tomorrow. She would have been on the game.
That one was crazy.
She would have been on the game instead of our show. Oh, can't make it. Flip on 95.7. Is that Bonte talking to? Yeah.
Maybe there was some collusion going on that day.
There is.
That one was crazy.
Show is, boss. Show is. Got to be the only company in the world where no one comes to the office on Thursday, but everybody's here on a Friday.
Yeah, that was a little weird today.
This office is packed.
It's lit. Oh, man.
I'm not going to any high school football tonight, Russ, but I should. I think I think it'll be Granite Bay and Rockland next week. So if Granite Bay wins, I think it's Granite Bay and Indercom.
Does Rockland they have a bye or something?
Yeah, they have a bye.
Nice.
Dr. David, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that he did. No, I don't think that he did. He should listen to the audiobook, though. The audiobook is spectacular because it's read by Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. They waited decades for the audiobook to come out. When they finally did, it was worth it.
Yeah, Rob W. Tell him.
Did you get to Drake and 21 Savage?
I didn't.
I didn't either.
I didn't like the way Drake was moving from some of the excerpts I heard. There's no need to go at Megan. Why are you going Megan so bad?
Yeah, I was excited when I saw Alicia there. I was like, oh.
I heard it's dope though. Even with all that,
I ain't ready for it. It's a Christmas album. I ain't ready for it.
I gotta show you guys the one of the tweets I came across. It was crazy too. Where is it at? This is crazy. And I'm trying to see this other one.
I hate when my watch tells me to breathe. Like you breathe. Leave me alone. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was already thinking about that. I was like, we don't need no guests. We'll just break it. We'll just break it 28.
This is the Heat Check Live. This is, I don't know. Why are people like this? This is so stupid. Well, the radio guy won't hear it. Somebody was like, it's okay to just say you like the album.
Yeah, you don't got to do all that extra stuff. Like, just tell us you like the album and go. We don't need to know nothing about ears or nothing.
So
like, who even thinks like that?
Damon's about to delete Twitter right now.
This is Elon Musk's Twitter right here. Straight hitting these beef.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Just simply say you like the album.
Kiss the beat in the mouth.
People was like,
what the hell?
What is going on here? You know who I want to hear though? Who I heard it's actually
God
good.
Bless it. Oh Lord.
Is our girl Coco Jones album drop. I think it was the EP. Got to hear what Coco talking about.
Oh man, I hate Twitter.
Twitter a wild place, man.
I hate Twitter.
It is a wild place.
Oh man, now there's a bunch of people. Apparently, Jason Whitlock said something black people agree with, and all hell is breaking loose.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't watch the clip. I didn't watch the clip.
It was one of the guys. Like he's not Dr. Umar, but Tariq. You know Tariq. What's
yeah.
He was like, hell must have frozen over.
Yeah, that's what I saw right there. Yeah.
It's crazy. It is this. Man. I mean, we might as well, since we're already.
I love that people think Elon Musk is going to ruin Twitter. Like he's going to ruin this.
Elon Musk.
Twitter? He's going to ruin this.
He ain't got nothing to do with this. These reviews I've heard of Drake and 21 Savage. He don't have nothing to do with that.
Y'all really think he's going to make this place more vile? Man, my goodness.
You know something I heard yesterday? So people were outraged that he was going to charge. Well, first I thought it was $20.
He dropped it to
$8.
He said, "Power to the people."
And people were outraged with that. And I heard there are some situations where they were already paying like $6 a month to be verified.
So there's a thing called Twitter Blue.
Maybe that's what it was.
I think James has Twitter Blue, and that's what allows him to post longer videos. That doesn't verify you though. I don't know how you get verified past being with a news organization, like a major company. So what'll be interesting to see is if companies like ours, and I know our company, so I'm going to guess the definitive answer is no.
I was just about to ask, you think they'll give us the $6 a month for Twitter Blue?
So what I wonder is, in like we're not on a, hey, you got my word on this type thing. Yeah. It's coming out of Odyssey's paycheck, not mine. It's coming out of Odyssey's bankroll, not mine. Like, will companies like Odyssey, like CBS, like ESPN, are they going to pay the money to have their personalities verified.
Mhm.
And I always hear me out.
Okay.
I actually understand what he's trying to do.
I want to hear what
I understand what he's trying to
understand
do
it too.
because the belief is a large percentage of Twitter isn't even real people.
Mhm.
It's bots, it's automation, it's all of these different things. So if his simulations or his test or his engineers or his whoever says this is how you can eliminate this,
Mhm.
or if not eliminate it, curb it, then to a certain degree I understand that. I feel like you can have if verification, if we're just talking about verification as a human being, I think there's multiple ways you could do it. You pay the $8 or whatever it is for Twitter Blue. Great. You can have the verified check mark for the blue check mark.
Yeah.
If you're a news organization, if you're a media outlet, you have a black check mark or a red check mark. Or if your verification is paid for by a company, you have a black check mark or a red check mark. Like, I feel like there's multiple ways that you can go about this and still accomplish what I think he's attempting to accomplish.
Well, that makes perfect sense as well. It really does. The other thing that I heard was, you got your super follows and stuff right now. So people are monetizing their Twitter page.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't monetize it unless you're verified, I think.
And I don't know how that works.
I don't either.
What the hell is a super follow?
If I'm Elon Musk, if I'm creating this platform where you can profit off of it, okay, well, $8 a month.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's like the barber paying rent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense to me.
We pay $30 a month to have a Shopify store.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, you gonna sell your little D-Lo and KC hoodies? That's fine. You're gonna have to pay for it though.
Exactly.
Like, Shopify is not for free.
Yeah. So after hearing about all that, I kind of get it.
I think the greater issue is I think people's greater issue is you're now being asked to pay for something that was once free.
If you want to be verified, or
I mean, verification is just not an important component.
And it's like, if you
I
were
don't
asking me to
think
be on Twitter for $8 a month, then I'd rethink the whole situation. I don't know if I need to be on Twitter for $8 a month, especially the way it is now. But if you're just like, if you want this,
you want me to send you the 21 Savage Drake album thread again?
No,
so
no,
you gonna all that costs you is $8. You can read that whole thread for $8 a month.
I don't need that, and I don't know if I need to listen to the album.
I don't even want to know what that feels like, to be honest with you. And we strongly discourage from anybody looking up that album on Twitter. It is a cold, wild place.
People are crazy.
So Kyrie was suspended yesterday for an unspecified amount of time, but at least 5 games, which is super weird to me.
That is.
But Brooklyn, they're pretty much missing on every front. So, all right, go ahead. They suspended Kyrie Irving. They released a statement saying they were disappointed that he had multiple opportunities to apologize for the post. And he did not. They wanted him to be remorseful. He was not. Sean Mark said, we're not going to put Kyrie, we're going to let Kyrie simmer down. He was in front of a microphone a day later. A single day later, he was in front of a microphone. And shortly thereafter, Kyrie issued a lengthy apology. To the best of my knowledge, it was posted on Instagram and then, shared throughout the world from there, where he expressed remorse for the first time. And I don't think he really offered much, a little bit more clarity into what he was attempting to do. Sean Mark said today that's a step, but we're still not satisfied with Kyrie Irving right now. And he's going to have to show us more than that apology on Instagram last night.
Yeah, this whole thing, it's just gotten a little weird to me.
It's
because because I was thinking about yesterday. I was like, how did we get here? What is Kyrie believe? Like, what was the point of the post, the original post?
Yeah.
He's answered it in a certain way. Like, I don't know where we're at media wise. I don't know where we're at with Kyrie, like what we want him to say or do, or
You think Kyrie answered? You think Kyrie answered questions?
Because
we talked about this privately.
Yeah.
You and I talked about this privately yesterday, and I
Yeah.
went back and watched what Kyrie said again.
I personally think he answered the question.
I don't think that he did.
Mm.
And I told you something yesterday that I believe that I just feel like after everything that happened yesterday, I feel even stronger about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe Kyrie actually saw that movie.
And see, I thought about it. I think he did.
I do not think that he did.
I think Kyrie.
You know what I think he saw?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he got a synopsis from I'm not going to call this a documentary,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe he got a synopsis from the guy who directed it and read something from that lens,
mm-hmm.
right? To where some of the more vile stuff was left out.
Right.
But what he was looking for was found, because the tagline to it is, what is it? Black people need to get in touch with their history, or black people need to know where they come from, or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get the exact line for you. But it's something along those lines. That's what I think he was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think he is genuinely researching or trying to learn. And he came across that, saw that, maybe read something about it, written from a certain scope, and posted it. Because the things that I've seen from that documentary, I can't believe, even the way I feel about Kyrie, that he would think he could put that out there into the universe and just it would be okay.
And I would agree with that he didn't maybe watch the whole thing. Like what he I think he saw something from that documentary. I think he saw certain parts of it, or whatever the case may be, that was in line with some of the things he was studying or going through. But I could understand him not you saying he didn't watch the whole thing. But I came away from it thinking like I think Kyrie has studied up on what he's talking about. I do believe that. Now, whether he didn't do a thorough enough reading, or was just because I think posting the picture or whatever it was, I thought it was very reckless. You know, if you know the whole story of that documentary or whatever we're calling a movie or whatever, like you can't just be posting that without any context. That was pretty reckless, and it was hurtful to a lot of people.
When you post something without context, it leaves it for interpretation.
Yeah.
And posting that link without context leaves people to interpret it however they want to. And rightfully so, people interpreted this as like, yo, I know what's in this movie. What is he talking about? This, he riding with this? And part of the reason I feel like he didn't see it is because when he was asked questions about it, I don't feel like he answered them. He would say things like, I can post stuff. I'm human just like everybody else.
Well, see, that's Kyrie. To me, that's Kyrie being difficult, being stubborn, being whatever. Because
But I think part of the reason he's that way, I disagree with you on something. I don't believe Kyrie is an intelligent individual.
Okay.
I believe he desperately wants to be. But I think he tries to take shortcuts. This is a perfect example. Maybe you're right. Maybe he is researching where black people come from, where he comes from. Maybe he is researching stuff like that. He's changing his name. He's using figures. Oh, dope. But I think he's doing it on a very surface level. and he's finding the things that he wants and he's using it. And he has like little talking points that he likes to use. But I don't think you can sit down and have an in-depth conversation with Kyrie Irving about something like this. Because I don't think he could. I've never seen anything from Kyrie Irving that leads me to believe he could hold up to this. And I'll use Kobe as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Kobe, was it? It was Luka. Luka would say, I heard somebody talking Slovenian behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was Kobe. Like, everybody knows Kobe's like love of learning different languages. You hear it from, a million different people. They'll talk about Kobe's love of learning different languages and how he can talk fluently in different languages. Who's ever said, I had the most incredible conversation with Kyrie Irving yesterday?
I don't know. I don't know anybody who has, but I do hear things from people who are around him who say he's a bright guy. He's a good guy. He's a bright guy.
I'm not questioning whether he's a good guy or a bad guy.
Like, not like I talked to him and he's like dumb. Like, he's fake.
Well, no, I don't
smart. Like, I don't think I've heard people. No, he's an intelligent guy. He thinks about.
He does not exhibit that. I believe he's a guy who thinks. I absolutely believe he's a guy who thinks and wonders and asks questions.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that he goes to great lengths to get answers to those questions.
And that could be the case. That could be. I don't know.
And I don't know, man. I don't know. I ain't never spent 5 seconds with him.
Yeah, it's likewise on the other side. Like, I don't know what he does or doesn't research, but I just kind of observe him. I observe, certain things about him, and I think he does. Like, we talk about Kanye, right? Like, I don't think Kanye reads a lot. I think Kyrie reads a lot. I do believe that. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I say they're not one and the same. I think Kanye literally listens to something Candace Owens says and then says it at a louder volume.
I agree.
And makes it think like, oh, I came up with this. I don't think that's Kyrie. I think Kyrie watches, reads things, and maybe, like you said, he's trying to get there. He may skip steps or whatever the case may be, but I do think he does some of the homework to get to that point. And one of the things about it is, like, this is where the stubbornness comes into play in this whole situation. Is they asked him yesterday, and he goes, they asked him, they say, Kyrie, are you anti-Semitic? And he says, I can't be anti-Semitic because I know where I'm from.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what he's saying, he answered the question, and I get it. Now, you could have easily just said yes or no. Like, you could have easily just said yes or no. But him being stubborn, being who he is, it didn't allow him to do that. Like, that wasn't in his DNA. And for those that don't know, he's basically saying that's me. How can I be anti-Semitic to me, which is my bloodline?
And for those who haven't followed along with us, that's the origins of what I think he's researching.
Mm-hmm.
Is that basically man came from black people?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the origins of that's what he's trying to get to.
That's what I get out of.
Again, this is something I don't see the same way. That's not why you're in front of those reporters.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you're right. Maybe that's just his stubbornness. That's all it is at this point. Is just him being stubborn and answering something a certain way because he feels like he has the right to do that. Now, clearly, he knows he does not, and he's going to have to. He had to answer something the way, because to me, it's a simple question: are you anti-Semitic or not? Like, you can say, I know where I'm come from.
Mm-hmm.
If Kanye West was sitting across from us right now, I'd look Kanye straight in the face and say, bro, do you hate black people?
Mm-hmm.
And he can't say, how could I hate black people? I know where I come from. Because your actions are telling me something different.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I believe you hate black people, regardless of where you're from.
Right.
Maybe he should have been pressed harder. Speaking now of Kyrie Irving, maybe he should have been pressed harder. Mm-hmm. Okay, Kyrie, I get what you're saying. I feel where you're going. But what you posted leads a lot of people to believe you're anti-Semitic. So yes, you are, or no, you aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And answering, how could I be anti-Semitic? I know where I come from. That's not an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I get
In my opinion, that's not an answer. In my opinion,
I get what you're saying. I absolutely get what you're saying and what other people are saying. I just, I think that's part of his downfall in this whole thing is he wanted to play gymnastics. So he wanted to be combative with the media. He already probably feels some type of way about the media as it is, and that didn't help with him feeling like he was felt like he was being attacked. And when I say that, he brought this on himself. He posted that. Like he posted that. This all came from something that he started. So there's a level of responsibility that comes his way because of that as well.
I also wonder. I don't believe we've gotten any further with him, because this is ultimately what I think happened. Whoever, and I have no clue who it would be, has influence on him.
Mm-hmm.
Manager, which I think is his mom, or an agent, which I think is his mom, like someone involved in this.
I feel like it's his aunt. His mom actually passed away. I think it's his aunt.
Okay. Someone in his family though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So someone came to him and said, okay, here's where we are. You're going down the Kanye road, whether you like it or not, whether you intended to or not. Even though what you may feel what you did is a fraction of as reckless as what Kanye did.
Mm-hmm.
Fact is, Kanye's action cost him 1.1 that we know of, $1.1 billion. Kyrie, you're worth nothing near that. So imagine what this is going to cost you in this moment. You lost 50, maybe not quite that, $30 million a year, 2 years ago. Might even have been less than that, in the vicinity of $30 million 2 years ago, because you thought you needed to make a point. Your bank account's a lot different now because of all of these points you're trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
How far are you willing to take this? Because you're this close to losing everything you have. Mm-hmm. That's what I believe happened. I don't believe Kyrie wrote that Instagram post, which is fine because that's not unusual.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe he wrote that. My question is, I don't know if he feels that. I don't know if he feels what was in that post. What was in that post? I think the one influence Kyrie had on that post, if he didn't write it, is that last line.
So that's where I feel like we got to be careful, because throughout the whole thing, he's like, look, I never meant to hurt anybody. I apologize for that. Are we saying he didn't mean that? Are we saying he came out with that post and did all that because he really did mean disrespect to, like, that's the basis of the whole thing, though. But did he mean that? Did he say, I don't care, I'm gonna hurt these people and they deserve it, and then he started losing some money, then he said, I didn't mean that. So that's a little unfair. That might be the difference, though. You just said, I'm gonna post this, I don't care if it hurts people. But I think there could be a part 2 to that line. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna post this, I don't care if it hurts people, because I want people to know this part of history. I want to know. He's already sending out conspiracy theories, right? That was the thing from weeks ago. So we know he's in this conspiratorial state of mind, and I'm not sure that that's something he factored in. And I don't know. Maybe he did mean it. But if he didn't factor it in, it doesn't mean he didn't care if he hurt people. It just means he didn't factor it in. How could you be okay? So it goes back to my original point. It goes back to my original point. He didn't watch it. I don't think he knew what was in it. That could be the case. And that's not stalling him out. Right. I'm not stalling him out. I'm indicting him. Right. He did not know what was in that, and he put that on his platform because it fit into the Alex Jones stuff that he's into right now, and he's sending it out into the universe. And that could absolutely be the case. Because I can't. The reason why I can absolutely buy that is I can't believe, and I haven't seen the video, the movie, whatever, but I've known enough about it. Even if there is some things that you perceive as truth that have nothing to do with all really the anti-Semitic stuff. Yeah. Don't even associate yourself with that. by posting it on there. Like you can get the same points if you're only like, say for instance, his only intention was to be like, we all come from Africa, and we all that's
You
where
would have
we
been
are.
better off tweeting that.
Right. Just say that. You don't need to put the association with that film in to get that point across. Like why would you do that? So I say all that to say there's a possibility he didn't watch it at all, like you're saying, because you could have just got that point across without putting any type of link to that video. So I don't know. I think Kyrie, like you mentioned the other day, he wants to be. I think he does want to be a martyr.
Oh,
whatever it is.
100%.
I think he does want to be
Without a
somebody
doubt.
that's viewed as being bigger than a basketball player, bigger than an athlete, somebody that helped affect change. The way he goes about it sometimes, maybe it's not all the way thought out.
I see Cole asked if Nike dropped Kyrie. They already did. They did a while ago. Not dropped him, but his deal's up. It's his
They didn't
relationship
renew it.
with Nike is coming
Right.
to. It's already coming to an
Yeah.
end. We'll come back. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. We'll talk Kings basketball as well, World Series, much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, Bryce, Cole, keep an eye on the Laker fan. Oh, keep an eye on this dude right here. This is his last warning.
Yeah,
This is the last one.
Stop all that, bro.
Yeah, this
Stop all
this
that.
the last one. So y'all act
Stop
accordingly.
all that, man.
Y'all, Cole, Bryce, y'all act accordingly if needed.
Stop all that nonsense.
That's silliness, man. Oh, your boy's on. You got it. You got him,
Who's that?
Victor.
Oh, you don't like? Let me throw him on real
I
quick.
just got an alert. Victor Wembanyama back in action.
Probably on ESPN
We didn't even.
Plus.
Yeah,
Let
we
me
didn't
see.
even mention the. No, I think it's on the NBA app.
Oh, okay. Let me go to the NBA app, see what Victor talking about.
We didn't even mention the Adam Silver stuff. Adam Silver was like, "Yeah, that ain't it.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't it. I'll see him this week."
He stepped in it, man. He absolutely stepped in it, and for I got Kevin O'Connor talking about the game. I don't know who Kevin Dana is.
Let's hit the thumbs up, squad, please. I know it's Friday and we just kind of hanging out, but if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, that would be great.
One thing that I don't understand in this day of like social media and doing anything is why Kyrie and other people who do stuff, why not put it on a video? What he said, even if you're reading from a script, why not just say it as opposed to writing it?
It's harder.
You don't have to go on live. Do it till you get it right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I don't
like he could have, even if he was reading that, he probably should have done it without reading if he was going to do it on video. But even if you have to read it, man, let the people see your face. Let them look into your eyes. You know what I mean? And see what type of sincerity you have in that. But
yeah, I can't think of.
But a lot of people don't do that.
Anyone
like,
that's ever. I'm trying to think of someone who has done it.
Do statements. They just still do the statements, and it's like you have
video can go out there to the whole world just as quick. Yeah,
you have the capability to put it on video.
Our girl Mickey stay rocking with us, man. It's cool.
Hell
she had
yeah.
that D'Lo and KC
That was
hoodie
love.
on. Yeah,
that was love.
see, that was my first. That was my first thought, Rob Dub. But Kenny says record it till you get it right.
Yeah. And I'll say this too, because we're not gonna do this, Bryce. You my man. Stop all that shit. To be honest with you, I don't know Kyrie. He don't know me.
Damn, about to block Bryce too.
He don't know me. I don't know these people. They don't pay nothing for me. Like it ain't. I don't love nobody. Let's get this perfectly clear. I don't love nobody in sports or entertainment. I don't know these people to love them. So let's just be perfectly clear. Anybody in life that isn't my family, I don't love them to the point where I'm gonna just say wherever.
Bryce,
Like
Jesus
y'all need
Christ,
to stop that
man.
shit.
Yeah, Bryce, stop it. Stop, bro. Come on, man. Pay attention. Damn. It's where Woosah.
Cut that shit out. Don't play with me like
Cole, do what you gotta do. Cole, if you gotta I'm just kidding, Bryce. I wouldn't do that. I'm just kidding.
Nah, Bryce. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't play with me like that, bro.
What is this?
Don't play with me like that.
They trying to restart the computer.
Who's that?
Odyssey. No. You may not restart the computer. What the problem is? Oh man, leave us alone. Let us live. Jeez. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to get involved in this conversation, 916-909-1320.
So let's be perfectly clear, because the radio people aren't on the video. So if there's anybody out there,
House was getting cussed out during the
if there's anybody out there that felt like I'm defending Kyrie's decisions or what he did or how he felt, whatever the case may be, no.
Here's the thing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. We're having a conversation.
That's it. And
that's all it is.
I think sports fans, particularly those that are, kind enough to indulge us on the radio and all that, you tune into sports media, you're used to two people screaming at each other, and one of them inevitably telling the other one is dumb or stupid or they don't know what they're talking about, or they just start yelling for no reason. That's what I turned on the TV the other day. I don't even know who this dude was. He was yelling at Kimberly Martin Kimberly Martin was making a point about the Green Bay Packers wide receivers.
Yeah.
Dude just starts like yelling. And hey, fam, fall back. Like, what are you screaming at this woman on national television for? Right. But like everyone is used to people screaming at each other and telling the other one they're dumb. Like, we're just having a conversation, pretending different points of views. Again, for the record, do you know Kyrie Irving?
Absolutely not.
I don't know the dude either.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've met him. I'm just giving you my interpretation. I'm telling you, that dude may be the smartest dude in the world. Nothing I've ever seen from that man publicly gives me that impression.
Yeah.
There are things about him that I don't understand. There are things about him that don't even come across as genuine anymore. And we had this conversation during the vaccination stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If everybody, and I think this was this, I think you said this, if everybody was not getting vaccinated, Kyrie would be like, yo, man, come on, man, let's go. Yo. I'm out there trying to save the world. Like, why y'all ain't out here doing this? Y'all don't think like me.
Yeah.
Y'all in this group think we're all out here not getting vaccinated together, man. But he would do that.
Yeah.
It's no different. It's no different than the flat earth stuff. Like, he's left that alone and didn't even, he almost played it off as like, oh, I was just messing with y'all. Mm-hmm. So now the belief is you can say, things that reek of unintelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And go, oh, I was just kidding. Oh, I was just trolling the media. Just like Jimmy Butler's hair. I was just trolling everybody.
Jimmy Butler's hair.
Like, wait a minute, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
And and I feel like that's what Kyrie is doing. Like, I feel like he talks and he wants to talk down, but he's not smart enough to talk down. In my opinion, he's not smart enough to talk down.
Yeah, and in this particular situation, even if he was trying to enlighten people about something, there, especially with his platform, there are other and way better ways to try and enlighten somebody than the way he did by posting that. Or putting out I don't know. I didn't even see it. I think it was on his stories. Right? Was it a link to the movie or was it?
It was on
clip?
Twitter. Yeah, no, it was a link. Oh, well, the Alex Jones thing was on Instagram.
Yeah.
The
So I don't.
The movie, the topic of discussion in the NBA this week was essentially he just posted a link to go purchase this movie on Amazon, and that's it. He didn't write anything. He didn't tag anything. He didn't even put an emoji. He just put the link up there, sent it
with no content.
If you followed Kyrie Irving, it showed up on your timeline.
Yeah. So if, like I said, if he was trying to educate people about something completely not anti-Semitic or whatever, he failed in that respect, because without any context to it, it left it up to interpretation, and now it's created this whole storm. So like Damien just said, maybe you guys aren't used to people just having conversations on an open mic like this, but if you are, me talking about Kyrie or what potentially his mind state would be is not me saying, oh, he's it's okay, everything that went down. Like it's a conversation, man. It's a conversation.
Everyone has the right to be outraged as long as you know what you're outraged about. And I think another frustration that people had with Kyrie that I actually completely understand is there's a big difference. Like we talked about are you anti-Semitic or not? And him saying, how could I be? I know where I come from. Okay, but there's that's different than, like, do you remember? Oh, I don't know if you guys remember this. A couple of summers ago, those glorious 12 weeks when Black Lives Mattered. Do you remember that? Yeah. I know it's tough. It'll be written about in the history books.
Oh yeah. But remember we was out there. Remember the country was.
Remember the Black Squares?
Yeah.
Remember the Black Squares? Yes. The day the Black Squares took over. I think Cube wrote a song about that. There was a big thing about, don't tell me you're not racist. Denounce racism. And that was a strong talking point for those glorious 11 and a half weeks. Don't tell me you're not racist. Denounce racism.
Right.
And I feel like that's what a lot of people were looking for from Kyrie.
Yeah.
Don't tell us where you're from. Denounce what's in that movie. Say out loud what's in that movie is false and dangerous. Acknowledge that and say you don't agree with it, and then we can move forward. And of course he didn't. And those are and to people who feel that way, I understand, because I remembered those conversations from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I remembered how they sounded different when someone said, I'm not racist versus I won't condone racism. I remember how different that was.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely understand that and agree with that. You know what I mean? I agree with it. Now, the thing about it is, because the thing that you had me thinking about was it was 12 weeks.
11 and a half.
11 and a half. I still need you to denounce it. You know what I mean? So it's Kyrie. He has the Instagram post or whatever, the apology or whatever.
If Kyrie just posts the black square, everything will be fine.
Oh yeah.
Just post the black square on Instagram. That fixes everything.
Ironically, that was the post. Did you see that?
Yeah, with the caption below it. Yeah. See, so we did it.
Yeah.
He did it.
Everything's fine, right? But Kyrie, all right, the apology happened. 2-3 years from now, I need you to still have the same fervor for
because that
energy,
that 2020 energy died
real quick.
I ain't heard nobody denounce nothing in a while.
Real quick, man, real quick. So here's a question though, Kyrie related. Do you think he's done with the Nets? He'll never play another game with the Nets.
I do. I think he will.
Hmm.
I felt a little differently in the immediate aftermath yesterday.
Yeah, I did too.
I don't know. Is Kyrie like, hey, I'll do whatever. My bad. This was on me. I'll do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or does he still not understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe if he doesn't understand, it's just going to continue to be this pushing. It's going to be some sort of thing. Woj said, there's different remarks out there. Some from some people I don't consider, trustworthy. To Woj, who said, yeah, there's a possibility he's not back after this suspension.
Mm-hmm.
Now that could mean waived, which Sean Marks said they didn't consider doing. They also said they weren't firing Steve Nash. Could be traded, or it just could be he could get the old sent home treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have been calling for the sent home treatment in Los Angeles all year. Well, you might. I still don't understand why you just don't trade Kyrie for Russell Westbrook right now.
Yeah,
just fix it. Just what's the downside in that deal? The Lakers would do it. The Lakers would absolutely do it.
You think they do it now?
Absolutely, they do it. You don't think they do it?
I kind of feel like Kyrie's untouchable right now.
I do not think so.
To everybody, including
I don't
the
think
Lakers.
so. There's always one.
All it takes is one, but I don't know.
Not.
I don't know if there's one right now.
Did the Lakers didn't play last night? LeBron hasn't spoke on this, has he?
No, but that's another question I was going to ask you. So you saw KD?
I did see KD.
Your thoughts? I'll tell you mine too. I'm not putting
whoa. I remember I didn't see, I read it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's different, but I read, I thought it was this is tough. Was he more agitated at the organization than he was Kyrie?
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, that I got the impression he was more frustrated because he said something like, keep it within the organization and we could just keep playing basketball, which led me to believe maybe Katie doesn't exactly understand what happened.
Mm.
This isn't an organizational issue.
Mm-hmm.
This became an organization issue. But Katie also said, I trust that what they're doing is fair, or what they're going to do is fair. Like, I don't know. Katie's a weird dude. Like, he's just unlike Kyrie and LeBron. And if Katie says, D'Lo, Casey, you said something bad about me. Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what, Katie, you're right. That's my bad, man. I'm sorry. All right, cool. Yeah, we good. I think he genuinely means we're good.
Right.
Whereas if like, hey, LeBron says, D'Lo, Casey, you said something bad about me. Oh, sorry, King. We were just kidding, man. It's all love. We love you, game. Got a tremendous amount of respect for you. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, these radio show hosts, some fit out, don't fit in. I honestly think KD has a unique ability to compartmentalize that not only a lot of basketball players, a lot of athletes, I think a lot of people don't have. But I think when he says he's good with something, it was like the Brooklyn Nets, the whole summer saga. When he was just like, all right, we're here moving forward. I think he genuinely meant it. Mm-hmm. I don't know how Steve Nash felt. I don't know how Sean Marks felt. I don't know how his teammates felt. I think KD genuinely believed, all right, fine, we're off and going.
Yeah.
I'm not confident KD, like, I think he hates this stuff because it's a distraction and the team is playing bad. And I do think he cares that the team is bad. Mm-hmm. But I was taken aback a little bit by the way that he said it. It was like, oh, I feel like he might be blaming somebody else here.
And you know what? I think my thoughts on the KD thing is, I think when he talks about that, I think he's referring maybe, I don't want to say only, but maybe mostly to the suspension. Like the media, swarm and Kyrie being under the microscope and all this other stuff. I think he probably like, I mean, I have my feelings about that, but you brought it on yourself. So what? When it came to, okay, we're going to remove Kyrie, that's probably where he was probably a little agitated with how all this came down.
I think he's just trying to win basketball games.
Yeah, that's it.
and he hates anything that stops them from winning basketball games.
Yeah, I agree. This is a mess.
Yeah.
This is a complete mess.
Yep.
And the crazy, what's also crazy about it is like, didn't he post that weeks ago?
Kyrie?
Yeah, because because I remember we were in here, but it wasn't Saturday, and he was asked about it on Sunday. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago because we were sitting here talking about, oh man, what's Kyrie
the
doing?
Alex Jones thing.
Yeah,
he posted that a while ago.
I thought he posted it on the same day as
No.
Okay,
No, these were separate.
Maybe I'm combining it.
Yeah, these were separate. The Alex Jones thing, if memory serves, I think it was an IG story.
Mhm.
We were together when he did that.
Gotcha.
This post was this is all in short order. He's just had two incidents. And he did the Alex Jones thing after that trial. Like, why would you even associate yourself with that dude knowing how he hurt so many people?
Now that is not.
What are you doing?
That is not smart. Like I think he's somewhat intellectual smart. Just my guess. You're not making smart decisions.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can be a smart person and make dumb decisions, and he's kind of falling in that category right now.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. One thing we did not mention, Adam Silver got involved for the first time yesterday too, where he expressed this was prior to the suspension, where he expressed his disappointment in Kyrie and him not taking advantage of opportunities to apologize, and said that he will meet with Kyrie sometime either this week or next week.
Yeah,
but
he's gonna have to go to the
future.
principal's office.
Yeah. 916-909-1320. What's up, Cole?
Cole.
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, big dog.
I'll leave the Kyrie stuff alone, but this may not be a good decision by me. Y'all see my OKC Thunder. We got 4 wins, 4-4. Kings got 2. So my question to y'all to you is, what do y'all feel is going on with the Kings? You know what I mean? Like 2 wins. OKC already got 4. I know y'all always use my team as one of the, tanking teams.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all feel like is it getting, trying to get comfortable with Mike Brown's system? Do you think it's maybe the roster isn't as good as we thought it was going to be with these parts? But I'm looking at the Kings, I'm looking at OKC, and then I'm looking at Utah. Utah beat Minnesota, they beat the Pelicans, they beat the Grizzlies twice.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like the Kings roster was better than Utah. So I'm just wondering what y'all think is going on. That's it.
I'm wondering why I agreed to take your call, Cody. Albert. Why did we even take his call, Jesse? I don't.
Albert.
Yeah, Oklahoma City, that's one of those. First of all, Coach, shut up. Second of all, Oklahoma City, one of those teams where it's like, hey, they're scraping together some wins here.
Yeah, man. It's a good little early story.
But you don't have to compare Oklahoma. If Oklahoma City, Utah, San Antonio still, if they're better than Sacramento at the end of the season, we need to have a conversation. The conversation is going to suck, and we're going to have that conversation.
Absolutely.
I'm not. I told Matt George. I told Matt George this morning on the Locked On Kings podcast. I'm not concerned about the Kings at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very happy with the way that they're playing. I think they had a tough schedule. In hindsight, I wish they had gotten the Blazers game for sure, but the Blazers are obviously playing well. The only one in hindsight that's like a little tough, man, you had a chance to win that Clippers game. The Clippers aren't playing good basketball.
Yeah.
You had a chance to get that game. I think Oklahoma City's already beaten the Clippers a couple times.
Yeah, beat them twice.
You had
different circumstances too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But you had a chance to get that one. You didn't. And that's the only one where I kind of feel bad about.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, OKC is playing well to start. SGA is
Oh
balling.
man,
SGA going crazy right now. Big ups to him.
SGA, national media's favorite.
He's a player of the week, reigning player of the week in the Western Conference.
Player of the decade, more like it.
But they're 4-4, and that's cool. I don't expect them to be anywhere near the play-in or the playoffs. Just like I don't expect Utah to be there either.
Yeah.
It's 2 weeks. They're playing well. Everybody's got a battery in their back right now for the start of the season, and that's good to see.
Mm-hmm.
I think to answer his question, what's going on with the Kings, I think it's a situation almost similar to what I just talked about. It's the beginning of the season. It's a 2-4 stretch in 6 games. Or what are they, 2-5 now? 2-5 stretch in 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a new coach, new system. It's a filling out process. Guys got new roles. That's what's happening there. I think the Kings have shown me from what I've seen by the way they play that they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be right there in contention for a play-in spot throughout the entire season.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think OKC will, or Utah.
Utah 6-3 right now. San Antonio 5-3. Oklahoma City 4-4.
Do you think any of those three surprise and are in contention throughout the year? It's a possibility.
No.
I don't think any three of them will, but
no,
it's a possibility.
No, I would feel different about Oklahoma City if Chet was here. Utah, I actually do understand. I believe there's just a tremendous psychological aspect of sports that sometimes we just ignore.
Mm-hmm.
There is no team in the NBA, perhaps no team on the planet Earth or in the solar system that booted Pluto out.
Poor Pluto.
Poor Pluto. There's no team under less pressure than they are.
Yeah.
Everyone expects them to stink. They traded their 2 quote best players. They've already assigned Victor Wembanyama a number. Season tickets have already been sold for next year. Like this current group of the Utah Jazz, first year head coach, young guy, no pressure at all.
Right.
I think especially at the start of the season, I think there's a ton of value in that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have great ball players too.
Mm-hmm.
They have really good ball players.
We're playing great. Marketing's playing phenomenal right now.
But also at some point, I think the season catches up with you. And that's where I think Utah is going to get, caught. If they hang around the play-in the entire year, would I be surprised from where we were 2 months ago? Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be surprised from where we are today, given the fact of, given that we've seen them play? Probably not too surprised. San Antonio, I don't get. San Antonio's
that's the most surprising of them all.
San Antonio's playing the same exact way Utah is.
Yeah.
The same exact way. But it's a fraction of the talent.
Yeah.
Even this current version of the Utah Jazz has a fraction of the talent.
That's the one that has me shaking my head the most.
Yeah,
San Antonio is
confusing.
And it's a credit to those players. It's a credit to Pop and having those guys ready to play. I think, and another thing about it is these teams that they play, they may clearly be taking them out. They hear the same things that we've been talking about all summer. Utah ain't trying to win. OKC ain't trying to win. San Antonio ain't trying to win. Oh, we got them on the schedule. They ain't trying to win. And they come out and they jump on them.
Yeah.
They're not ready for it. And by the time they figure it out, it's too late. So I think everybody's aware now. And I want to see if they're still able to put these wins together with people kind of taking notice. Poor Houston still hasn't been able to get it done.
Poor Houston, and man,
poor Detroit.
Oh yeah, I thought Detroit would be a smidge bit better. Not a ton. Not a ton. That's all right. Yeah, as you're having your drink tonight, pour one out for Pluto.
Pluto.
Can't erase what we were, Pluto.
Champions, baby.
Can't erase what we were.
Planets, baby. They can't erase what we were.
You ain't heard? Birdie booted Pluto for no reason.
and he ain't even do spit. What you think he gonna do to me?
It's only funny to us, and I understand that. So I'm sorry about that. I know it's only funny to us, but I assure
Planets, baby.
it's
They can't
very,
break
very
so-
funny to us.
Planets, baby.
Oh man, goodness
Oh,
gracious, yeah, God, we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. And then, you know what? How did the Golden State Warriors shape out? How did the Clippers shape out? You know, we kind of locked the Clippers in at the top of the Western Conference. That's a team I could absolutely see starting slow and kind of ramping up as we get on. But that's also a team that's older. I don't know. There's lots of weird stuff happening. One weird thing that I don't want to see happen is the Sacramento Kings losing a game to the Orlando Magic tomorrow. And truthfully, maybe that wouldn't even be weird.
It wouldn't be weird. That's why I say it's not a must.
Let's talk.
There's
Well,
still time.
So Matt said something interesting today. He said it's not a must win. We all know it's not a must win. But is it a can't lose? I know that was a great question for Matt George, and we'll talk about that. Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the hour. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. I've heard we are a Pluto Sports Leader as well. ESPN.
Planets, baby. Planets.
ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I mean, you want to win.
Is that? Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, guys. I know I'm going to stop doing that. I promise.
No, don't.
No.
Hey, that sweater's can go hard too, by the way.
Thanks. Thank you.
I go hard.
Oh, that was my guy, Jim. I got like 3 of these coming. That drop hit yesterday. I was like, oh. Oh, man. Pluto's chilling, just not as a planet.
Pluto. We miss you, man. We miss you, Pluto.
He said he owes me. He owes me.
I lost. I owe you. You hear that, nutso?
No.
The boy here says he owes me. He owes me. Are we even? Are we even?
Scene.
Well, I wasn't done yet.
Oh, you was gonna do more. Fuck. All right.
You don't owe me. You owe yourselves and the ones that care about you enough to get you to this point. Trust me. I know. See.
Just like my damn mama.
I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't know.
Talk that shit, girl.
One of my favorites. And sorry, earmuffs for any kids watching the stream, but they still gonna fuck you up.
Oh, that's a good one.
Why y'all always fighting all the time? I thought y'all were supposed to be boys. I just work with him.
So Snoop is the culprit. Snoop was the one who took all the death row records off streaming platforms.
Yeah, he owns Death Row now, huh?
Yeah, I looked to see if the Chronic ever came back, because I remember when Above the Rim disappeared, I was furious because it's the only place to get Pain, the Tupac joint. It's nowhere else but that soundtrack.
Yeah,
and yeah, Snoop took them all off.
What,
he said it's going in the metaverse or something. I don't know what the fuck.
You're gonna have to get a new Oculus.
I'm not buying an Oculus just to listen to the Chronic.
Just take it back after.
Again, this is Best Buy, sir. Come on, this is getting ridiculous.
Damien, rinse it for the
I
weekend.
wonder if Molly's listening to our show. Can you look at her computer? I think she might be looking up Pluto. Doesn't that look like she's looking up the Big Dipper. That's the Big Dipper right there.
Yeah, it's good knowledge. Molly, are you listening?
We're a big space station.
Molly, turn around if you're listening.
There goes Charlie. Hey, Charlie. What is Hartford Whalers hat on?
I don't even see Charlie. Oh, there he is. Molly's not listening to us. She's just searching for pictures of the Big Dipper.
If you had to guess, how many people in the building right now are listening to us?
None.
0.
None. If I were to guess how many people in the building have ever listened to us, I'd say one, only because Jim Donaghy's here. Outside of that, I'd go collectively none.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, speaking of goofy, did you see the standalone episode of Atlanta? The one that doesn't fit. It's called The Goof.
Is it new?
Yes. The Goof that sat by the door. It's about the blackest movie ever made.
No.
Oh, it's talk about, this dude made the blackest movie ever made. A goofy movie. And you've got to see it. It is incredible.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check it out.
It's one of Atlanta's best episodes ever.
I think I'm like 6 episodes in or something.
So Chris hit me. He was like, "Did you see this episode?" I was like, "No, I'm like 4 episodes behind." He's like, "This is a standalone episode." So I immediately watched it. It's so good. It's so good.
Whoever writes on the other people that write it, they're phenomenal. They are.
It's It's such an incredible movie. Y'all didn't know the Goofy movie is the blackest movie ever.
They are geniuses.
There's a standalone episode of Atlanta that doesn't fit with like the regular characters that came out like maybe a week ago called The Goof That Sat by the Door. You have to see it. It is incredible.
I'm gonna watch it tonight. This ain't even on no Office stuff. I'm watching it tonight.
It's the head of Disney is a black dude, and he's determined to make the blackest movie ever. And they keep referring to a Goofy movie as the blackest movie ever. It's like there was a scene where he wanted Goofy to get rolled up on and shot like right at the beginning. Like you've got to see
this
it.
isn't this isn't that's actually a different standalone. The Tyler Perry-esque guy.
No, it's not that one. No, it's not that one. Not that
they
one.
They have a couple going when because I don't think Jesse's there yet, but what he did when he was buying drinks in the bar for everybody, how he got to that point in one of the episodes.
Yeah. That's a wild episode. That was a crazy episode.
That was hilarious.
That was hella uncomfortable too. Like, damn, bro.
And he was good. He was happy.
Oh, hella happy. If you've never watched Atlanta, you're missing. It's brilliant.
It's one of the greatest shows of all time.
Easily.
One of the greatest shows
Easily.
Of all time, man. Like I said, Donald Glover, whoever else writes on there, pure geniuses.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. James Ham tweets, hearing that De'Aaron Fox was available and participated in practice today. Team will likely see how he feels tomorrow after a day of practice, but looks like he's trending upwards. Good stuff right there.
There we go.
De'Aaron Fox available and participated at practice today. I was certainly encouraged by Slater's video, Anthony Slater's video, when he was out the day of the Miami game that he was ruled out, but he was out I guess not only was he at shoot around getting work in, but he got work in before the game also.
Mm-hmm.
So again, all leading more towards this probably isn't the most serious thing, and he was held out of that Miami game as an extreme precaution.
Dodge the bullet. Dodge the bullet. You know?
If Alvin was here, he might have said that De'Aaron would have played if it was a playoff game. Now, Mike Brown said no such thing.
Well, and to Gentry's credit, he wasn't wrong. I believe him.
Well, to Gentry's credit too, he actually is here. He's still. I see him regularly walking
We saw
around
him
in
the other
Gucci
day on
shoes.
yeah, he's looking fresh. I need to be that fresh one.
He's sneaky fly.
No, he is.
Yeah. Alvin's sneaky fly.
Absolutely.
916-909-1320. I think we got our brother Bobby here. Bobby, what's happening?
What's up? What's up, guys?
What's up, Bobby? How you doing, bro?
Good, man. It's Friday.
Yeah, man.
Thank God. Man, got a job. You know what else?
Yep.
Absolutely.
But no, I know. I love that movie, man. But no, it's funny. You guys bring up some good points, like with the Kings, and even it's cool because you'd be surprised. This I work out. We see Devin George up at our gym sometimes, super randomly, and he watches the Kings, which is cool. I know you guys remember who Devin George was, the combo forward for the Lakers.
Yeah.
He lives in Sacramento, man, which is super random, but like super nice guy. We've had some great discussions about the Kings, and he actually likes the team this year, which actually makes me happy, you know, because we're all so afraid for them to like be good and, you know, break the curse and the streak and whatnot. But it's like, what I like what he was saying though, because I asked him a bunch of Kobe questions too, and what he says with Kobe, which like resonates with kind of what you guys have been going over the first hour plus, like modern day players, Kyrie, all their stuff, and like he was like Kobe was just all about business, man. He's like Kobe knew ride or die. He's like obviously why he clashed with Howard a little bit, but he said even with Shaq, he's like we'd all just kind of stand by and watch him kind of clash with Shaq just because Kobe was so about, you know, basketball and winning. And I love hearing that because like as much as obviously we hate Kobe, like I loved Kobe because man, they just don't make him like that anymore. The dude was so focused, like that Mamba focus, that Mamba mentality. But it's like, I just love hearing that, you know, Devin George is like, Kobe was our ride or die. He's like, we all knew if we didn't come to play like that, or he's like, if Kobe saw you, you know, slipping on D or not trying to play through injuries, like Kobe was done with you. He goes, that's why him and, you know, certain players just didn't get along. He's like, he led with that dog mentality. And I don't know, I just think it's kind of cool because, like, you know, I don't think you see that leadership as much anymore. And that's what made Kobe, I feel, so unique, even from a Kings perspective, you know, like that's why he took our hearts all the time. You guys.
We appreciate you, Bobby. Know, you, brother.
No, I mean, I know that was off the cuff a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, Bobby. I don't know. I don't know, Bobby. I love Kobe too. If that's
I don't know. I don't know if
you know, sometimes like I wouldn't even be like this.
I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
I wouldn't be like this if it wasn't for the chat. That damn chatty house, boy. I tell you, man.
Bobby's our guy. We love Bobby. I just got Kobe and Shaq and Devin George, and we just needed an OK Lake show, and we were off and running.
Oh
wow.
That was some good stuff.
Anybody else? Anybody else want to share some stories? That was Bobby's call. Bobby's call was like a standalone episode of Atlanta. It didn't fit the rest of the show. Just right there by itself.
Oh man. Well,
916-909.
Devin George lives here.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Somebody in the chat said Andre Miller lives here too.
Andre Miller lives here? Okay. I didn't know that either.
So somebody said. I think it was Rob Brown who said that. Andre Miller lives here. They don't live in Indianapolis. They didn't move to Indianapolis. They moved to Sacramento.
Someone tell Karan J. Phillips that slew of NBA players.
Has Karn said anything about all this? Because I'm sure
about Kyrie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Karan really likes to do the "I told you so" stuff and pull up an article from like 2 years ago.
He's like, "I told you Kyrie's an idiot" or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's figuratively, yes,
Okay.
something along those lines. Jamil Hill wrote a really good piece about it. Actually,
I saw she wrote. I didn't get a chance to
Atlantic.
read. I wanted to read it.
Yeah, it's not even super long. It ties Kyrie to Kanye, obviously, and it it's interesting. It's a good read, as you'd expect from Jamil Hill.
Yeah.
All right, Bobby. 916-909-1320.
Shut up, Bobby, man. That's
no
my
doubt.
guy.
No doubt. If you want to get in on the phone lines. I said to you a few minutes ago, not a must win. You said it's not a must win to beat Orlando. And Matt George had a funny line on the Locked On Kings podcast where he said, yeah, it's not a must win. I mean, you live to fight another day. Doesn't affect it. Well, he didn't say that. He wouldn't know that reference, but he doesn't. You doesn't affect your playoff chances today. Like you're fine.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a can't lose, right? I was like, well, I smell what you're cooking there. I get it. It's just a game. No Kings fan wants to lose. They're 2-7. Kings are 2-5.
Mm-hmm.
But I would think most Kings fans feel that the Kings are better than the Orlando Magic right now. What I'm more worried about is the fact that they're starting the great Kali in Big Show and
a bunch of
almost and they're
Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash at point.
There's and the Undertaker. Like they're starting like all of these bigs, like all of these giant dudes to go. That's what they did last night against the Warriors.
Yeah.
Somehow it still netted them 130 points. I guess because they lived at the line. And boy, if you got to the foul line, what did I say it was? 40 some odd times against the Warriors? Man, how many times you going to get there against the Kings? I think we saw the Warriors go to the foul line damn near 40 times in that game earlier this year.
Yeah. One guy that will get to the line and played great last night, Jalen Suggs.
Yeah.
Jalen Suggs was a big shot maker last night. Played really well. And the Kings are going to have to be aware of this Magic team because we said it a number of different times. There's talent on the team. There's talent on the team. There's guys that even with their, I don't want to say depleted state, but they got guys injured that aren't coming back for this game. They still got talent on that team.
Mm-hmm.
They still got guys that can play and that can go off at any time. So they got to be aware. I don't think it's a can't lose or a must win. I think it's a game where
Golden State on Monday, Cleveland on Wednesday.
Golden State just damn near.
Golden State's a must win.
Well, look, Golden State gonna have more losses than the Kings and the Magic by the time they play them on Monday.
They might.
No, you see nobody playing tonight.
Nobody's playing tonight?
No, like Draymond.
No, Warriors are playing tonight. I thought you meant there were no games tonight. I was like, damn, they're not doing any games next Tuesday. There's no games on a Friday.
No, it's lit on a Friday. But they're playing the
I
Pelicans.
saw that. Yeah,
they're gonna lose with everybody.
Yeah,
in the lineup. Pelicans are gonna score 140 on their head.
I just don't think they invested. I don't think they're invested right now. That ain't our problem.
No, it's not.
I'll deal with that on Monday.
I say all that to say it's a game where if you lose, it'll ruin your Saturday. If you're a Kings fan, it will absolutely. You will be upset. You'll be upset. Say they lose on Monday, you'll be upset for 5 days because of the loss on Saturday. So that's where we'll be with that. But there, like I said, there's still plenty of time to bounce back, regardless of what happens. And then once again, there's people. Let's see if they lost on that one, that puts them at 2-6. They lose to the Warriors, puts them at 2-7. There was a lot of people. I remember when I put the whole thing out, how they're going to start their first 10 games. A lot of people was out there saying 3-7. You know what I mean? So if
Kamara said 3-9, and again, this schedule is not getting easier. Like you
No.
got Cleveland coming up, you got West Coast Hip Hop. There's a game in between. I don't know who the Friday game is. You got West Coast Hip Hop night on that Sunday with the
who's on
Warriors.
Friday?
OK Lake Show
Mm,
in Los Angeles.
yeah, the schedule clears up a little bit there. Schedule clears. Actually, the schedule clears up a little bit after Cleveland, a little back to back with the Lakers and Warriors. You get a little reprieve.
Send your hate tweets to @IMKDiddy. He is throwing this team's mojo
man.
off @IMKDiddy.
But yeah, man, they're gonna have to win games against good and bad teams. So
Yeah.
that goes
Right.
against that goes with like the things I say. I just want to see them play good basketball. They're playing good basketball. That gives me hope and belief that they can turn that good to solid play into wins, no matter who they're playing against. And even the teams that they're going up against, they're, maybe you're I joke, but maybe you're catching the Warriors at the right time. Not that they're better than the Warriors, but right now is a good time to play them as opposed to 25 games from now. Or same thing with the Lakers. Like right now is a good time to play these guys. So maybe that helps out a little bit too.
Yeah, it could. The best part is they're playing well.
Yes.
And this is, I think, the part that has Kings fans uncomfortable headed into Saturday. You absolutely tell me if I'm wrong. If the Kings play like they've been playing, the first, what did we just say? 2 and 5, 7 games in.
Mm-hmm.
If they play like they have for really for the better part of these 7 games, they're beating Orlando.
Yeah.
Like if the Kings just play the way that they have, they're beating Orlando.
Yep.
But there's that kind of thought in the back of every Kings fan's mind where, are they going to play like that versus Orlando?
It's just how we're conditioned based on what this team has done.
They had to go down double, and I think Charlotte's better than Orlando, but they had to go down double digits to Charlotte.
Yeah.
Before they fought back. And again, that was a quality. Hey, they got the win. That's and ultimately that's, we go back to what we were talking about with Morgan Reagan. Morgan talking about, I'm not going to feel good if they go out there and have this terrible game against Orlando and win. Yeah, on Thursday, you might feel like that.
Mm-hmm.
Come Saturday afternoon when it's time to fire up night chat and everyone's just happy that they got a win.
Hey, they could win this
It might
game.
feel different.
They can win this game like the old Heat Knicks games. 67-68. Go ahead.
Remember Kobe's last game here where the Kings were up by like 20. It was a terrible Lakers team.
Yeah.
Kings were up 20. The second unit came in. We were robbed of, the big ovation for Kobe because the Lakers were trying to win, and Kobe, shoot off, going back in, took off his shoes and let those guys finish. And after the game, the Kings won.
Mm-hmm.
And after the game, the Kings were like, yeah, that felt like a loss. I don't think the Kings are in that position anymore. That was like 6 years ago in the playoff drought.
If they did that today, I'd say stop it.
Yeah.
So win.
Take the win. Every single one of them. Correct the mistakes.
Yeah.
But take the win.
Like they a boxing term, I think it's gone into other sports as well. But hey, a win tonight, look good next fight. Like that's all about. Win tonight, look good on the next fight.
That's fine.
That's it.
Yeah.
So the other thing about it that concerns Kings fans, not just myself, is this team in recent memory has been, how do I say, allergic to prosperity. You had a great come from behind victory on Monday. You played a really good game on Wednesday against Miami in the loss. And now people are feeling, I don't want to say overly, but they're like, all right.
It's all right.
Yeah. Like I like,
Zach
we're sitting here
Zach
talking.
Lowe had some things to say about Keegan Murray today.
Yeah. We're sitting here for the last 2 days talking about we like the way they're playing. They're playing good. The trajectory is going up. It feels like it.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the times in the past where they would just wet the bed. Remember what year was this? Because I was at the game.
Probably all of them.
In the media area. It wasn't D'Lo and KC time. And the crowds were at the game, so it had to be 2019. Remember they had started off slow. They started winning some games and got back to like a game or two before 500.
Mm-hmm.
And the Knicks came to town. And people were like, oh, you got the Knicks tonight. You got the Warriors. This was when the Warriors quit on the season. You got the Knicks tonight, Warriors the next night. You guys will be a game up, game above 500 after you handle the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks were terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And the Knicks came into Golden One Center, and I think it ended up being close, but the Knicks were up big for a lot of that game. This is what this moment reminds me of. And they have to eliminate those type of moments where things are kind of set up for you to get your head above water, and then you just fall back into the ocean. They've got to eliminate that.
Yeah, especially at 2-5.
Yeah,
because you've got to crawl to get your head above water. You've got to paddle a little bit. You got to get some of these weights off your feet, pulling you down to the bottom of the ocean. You've been at the bottom of the ocean too many times.
Take the ankle weights off.
Yeah, take them ankle weights off, man, and get your head back above water.
Kings right now only a game and a half out of 10, only 2 games out of 6, or excuse me, 2 games out of 7.
Well, glass half full right there, baby.
They're what is that? 2.5 out of 6. They could lock up a playoff spot with a nice little run.
What's the magic number?
706.
Almost there. Almost there, baby.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Find out if solar is right for you. John and his team will do not only an inspection of your energy bill, but he'll take a look around the neighborhood too and be able to graph really, truly what your solar savings would be. Check them out. Call. Consultation. How hard is that? 916-481-7200. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar. Chase McCormick gets it for that 9th inning catch.
What a play.
That was incredible. Hey, that was a fun ball game last night.
Oh, you watched?
I watched.
Okay.
I watched. I was not nearly as enamored with everything else that was going on. I wasn't as enamored with the Thunder and the Nuggets.
Well, I mean, the way things like were scheduled, basketball was done by like the 5th inning of that game.
Yeah, it was not.
Both of the games were early. Well, OKC is an East Coast, but I think they finished. Like I said, the OKC game was the last one to finish. The Magic game was first. But I think the OKC game was done with like.
Yeah, there was another game on that I was just not intrigued by at all.
No, I didn't click on that app last night.
I didn't either. And I think part of it was laziness, to be honest with you, because I opened up the app to watch. Normally is make dinner. I'll put the game on, the football game, and I realized, it's not this app. So what am I supposed to do? Close this app and open another one? Let me go to the baseball game.
Look,
and I just wound up letting it ride on the baseball game for a while. I put a little bit of Golden State and Orlando on the iPad, but I can't say I really paid a ton of attention to it until well after the baseball game was over.
That's for real how it
back.
went. And I don't know. I know for a fact this isn't enough for NFL to even feel it, right? But that's literally what happened to me yesterday. I was watching TV, watched the end of the basketball game, which is already on an app. Watched the end of the basketball game, well, at least for me. Then the other basketball game was on NBA TV. The World Series was on. And I literally was like, I don't want to open this app. Like, I don't want to have to go through the buttons that I have to press.
We're so lazy. We're so lazy, dude.
So I didn't watch. I didn't even check.
We're so lazy. We're lazy and we're spoiled. Because it's 100. The sad part about this whole commentary is we're telling the truth. It probably would have taken 10 seconds to close one app, find the other one, and open it. But I was like, the World Series, I'm just gonna I just need something on. Just put the World Series on. And I just wound up leaving it there.
That's what it was. Great game.
Which was it, and it didn't lose me.
What What a play by the center fielder in the 9th inning. What a play by the first baseman in the 8th.
Yeah.
Game-saving play.
We also point this out. Justin Verlander getting a World Series win. That's one of the strangest footnotes in a great player's career.
That is nuts.
Who was Kershaw has a terrible postseason record.
He does. I think it's balanced out a little bit over time though. But when he was Kershaw, it was horrible.
Yeah,
those
the
ERA was
in
so
the
5
weird.
or something like that. Verlander, and the crazy thing about Verlander is when he was at the height of being Justin Verlander, the Giants beat him twice, I think. Or was it once? I know they got him in game 1. I feel like he started game 4.
I feel like they got him twice.
Yeah, I feel like he started game 4, or maybe it was Scherzer. I can't remember. But it was crazy. Like at the height of it all, the Giants knocked him around in game 1. Pablo had 2 home runs on him, and this was his first World Series win. The big story here, though, is we're 1 win away.
Yeah.
1 win away from my main man, Dusty Baker, finally getting that elusive World Series championship. I asked the question in the rundown. Maybe you have some time to think about it. Is he the best manager coach in all 3 of the major sports? I won't count hockey because I don't know what goes on there. Is he the best manager coach never to win a championship? The first one that came to my mind is Rick Adelman. But I think
you mean ever?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Dusty might be currently
Rick
sure.
is up there. I mean, how many? I mean, Rick went to 2?
He went to 1 finals.
Just the one with Portland?
Well, no, yeah, the 2 finals with Portland, but that tenure.
Oh, that's right. He did go to 2. He
didn't go to a finals with anybody
Detroit?
else.
Was that was Detroit? Detroit and Portland?
Yeah, 90.
Ugh. That's a good question. The only person who comes to mind won one. I mean, I would have said Andy Reid hands down.
That's the one that came.
But he obviously won one. Yeah. We'll think about that. We'll come back. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. You asked if I thought Kyrie was going to be back. I just read something from Ramona. I think I like to change my answer. I'll tell you what Ramona wrote here when we're dealing with Casey Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Doesn't sound weird. I'm going to go get a shot. Quick shot.
Shots of Patron. Now he in his zone. Oh my gosh. What? Nah, bro. Is he for real? You know, the interesting thing is, and I don't know. He does have ties to Sacramento. Yeah. Yeah, he has some ties. Actually, a family friend of mine was allegedly dating him, like when he was Dennis Rodman, like when he was in 94, 95. And I remember that used to always be the thing, like, yeah, you know, she's dating Dennis Rodman. I was like, for real? But the crazy thing is, I know for a fact, because I don't think she has any kids. The person I'm talking about, she didn't have a kid with Dennis. So he had multiple women out here. Tell Damien.
That's funny. My man knew he had lost us. That was the best part about it. He knew. Guys, are you there? Yeah.
vibes are weird.
Huh.
I need to go get some M&Ms to balance everything out.
I think I'm hungry.
I am hungry.
I almost grabbed a piece of bread. There's like Panera bread out there. I don't even know. It's just sitting on the table. I almost grabbed it.
I had a bad Panera bread one time and I haven't gone back. Not like bad, like unhealthy. Like I just didn't like it. I didn't like the sandwich and I haven't gone back. This was years ago. My palate's a little different now. I probably could order something else that might be good, but I just haven't gone back.
Panera's just like sandwiches and stuff, right? I've only been there once. I've not even been there. I delivered. It's like a Starbucks for sandwiches, right?
Yeah, it's a
pretty
little foo sandwich. It's not like your Subway or Jersey Mike's, but it's like
they're good. I mean, it's been a long time, but I always liked it.
Coach Molly with the knowledge. Yeah, he got sack ties though for sure. I don't know how many people were associated with him in Sacramento, but yeah, he got sack ties. Did you know? Did I see this right? I forgot. I wish I would have like favorited it on Instagram or something. Is Tom Brady's daughter mixed?
I don't think so.
Isn't she not with Giselle? But doesn't he have one?
Yeah.
I think she's like
No,
graduated high school.
it's with a white woman, I think.
Okay,
It was another supermodel, wasn't it?
maybe so.
What was Tom Brady's first wife's name?
No, I thought because she came across my IG randomly, and I was like Brady. And I was like, wait a minute, is this Tom Brady's daughter? Oh, okay.
What is his wife's? His first wife is famous. I just can't
Yeah,
remember.
is she a supermodel or an actor?
I thought she was a
Actress,
supermodel.
excuse me.
Maybe she was an actress. I want to find out who it is. Oh, Bridget Mohan. That's who it is.
Yeah. Okay. I do remember that.
Or maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't married. Maybe they just dated.
I think they just dated. I don't think they were married.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think they were either now. Brady dated actress Bridget Mohan until late 2006. Huh. All right.
Yeah. A lot of craziness over the break. We're finding all these Sacramento ties. Dennis Rodman got ties.
Oh, I knew Dennis had ties.
Yeah.
Remember when the book came out? I think he talked about his daughter on Oprah and he
Yeah,
cried.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Sacramento came up.
Mhm.
It was a good book. I remember that. I read
didn't
that
read the
book.
book.
Yeah, I still have it. I still have Bad as I Want to Be,
That's
and
what
I have Bo Knows Bo.
Bo Knows Bo.
I think Bo Knows Bo was like my first big boy. That was my first big boy sports book.
that's your boy.
That's
Wow.
my guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, did you see? Did you catch? You probably didn't. It's kind of random. Did you catch any of Game Day going to Jackson State?
No.
Did you know they went to Jackson State last?
No.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see.
No.
Like they was out. Jackson State was out
I
for Game
believe
Day,
it.
and you don't.
Wait till they come to Sac State.
Hey, let's go. But it was like it's dope because you don't see that, right? Like
Mhm.
I think that was probably the first time they went to HBCU and for Game Day. Maybe
Yeah.
they might have went.
I
to
think
like,
First Take has done some stuff.
Yeah,
at
First Take
HBCU,
for
but
sure.
that's
Yeah,
not
Stephen A.
that's not the same.
Yeah, but Game Day went to the HBCU and they showed up. They was out there. I wouldn't expect anything less, but I thought that was pretty dope to see.
Game Day's that's a big deal for colleges.
Mhm.
That's pretty dope. It's
Yeah.
pretty dope.
The one thing I wanted to
Trysta Krick, top of the hour, by the way.
Trysta Krick, Cash Caraway coming up soon as well.
Oh,
Okay, not yet though. Not yet.
oh, all right. That's just a teaser. Just a teaser.
Want to talk about my boy Dusty though.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to go over that real quick because Dusty, let's think about his career.
Yeah.
Gets on the scene as a manager with the Giants, wins 103 games, doesn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Takes them to the playoffs in 97. Always had the Giants in contention. World Series in 02. They're up 5-0 in game 6 in the 7th inning. With the chance to win the World Series. In game 6, they lose it. He loses there. The Bartman game was Dusty Baker. Game 6, up 3-2 in the series.
Game. That was the game that the Cubs blew.
Alex Gonzalez. The very next Alex Gonzalez.
Yeah.
That's that. I mean, you're there.
Yeah.
They got Pryor and Wood. He loses that one. Cincinnati Reds. He's up in a best-of-5 series. He's up 2-0 against the Giants. The next 3 games in Cincinnati, he loses all 3. Washington. I forgot what happened tragically in Washington, but he lost. They made to the playoffs. They didn't get it done there. Then he gets to Houston. They've made it to the World Series once, lost in the ALCS another time with Dusty Baker. I say all this to say, not to talk about like his worst moments, but he's a winner.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, and he wins big. Like, without winning a championship, he gets all these teams to places they had never been before. And that, I can't imagine maybe what's going through his head, because I think he's going to win it. I think he's finally going to get it done. But this is what we do with ring culture and all this other stuff. He's one of the greatest managers of all time.
Ever. Yeah.
Of all time.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a World Series ring to validate that. But in some people's eyes, he probably does, which is crazy.
I can't think of anyone. Rick Adelman might be the closest. I'm the only one who that I can think of that you could legit have a conversation about was past tense Andy Reid.
Yeah.
I was
that's what came to
legit
my
happy
mind,
for
too.
Andy Reid when he because I felt that same way I feel about Dusty. Andy Reid did not need a Super Bowl. Andy Reid was a Hall of Fame coach, 100% validated. Did not need a Super Bowl. It's great that It's great that he won one.
He could have won the next year.
He didn't need it. And I feel the same about Dusty, but I desperately want Dusty to have it. I don't. Rick, you talk about being a winner. You know, he was a winner in Houston too. Obviously, everything he did in Sacramento and falling just short in Sacramento.
Minnesota, didn't he win in Minnesota?
Yeah, it was
too?
Minnesota. Same thing. I can't think of anyone else in the conversation.
Yeah. Dusty, it's time, baby. It's time. He's up 3-2, going home for 2 again.
Jerry Sloan.
Jerry Sloan's a good one. Jerry Sloan is a good one.
It's got to be up there.
We may not feel some type of way about him here. Actually, I take that back. I think we're okay with him. George Karl's up there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
George Karl's absolutely up there. Some people saying Don Nelson. Yeah.
I mean, George Karl's been to, with the Sonics, been to finals. Yeah.
Finals, conference finals.
Yeah.
With the Bucks and the
He'd
Nuggets.
be up there. That's a good call.
But I think Dusty is better than
I think
all
it's
of them.
Dusty. Yeah. Yeah, it's Dusty. And in baseball, you can manage forever.
You can.
But
Dusty got his.
It's like a Supreme Court nomination. Like you can just serve forever.
Dusty coached in 1993.
That's crazy.
It's 2022.
That's crazy. I don't even know if Trysta Krick was born yet.
I don't think so. I don't think she was.
I have no idea how old Trysta is.
I'm not even going to guess.
I'm not going to
I think she's
either.
younger than
it's
us.
not my bag. Oh, I think so too. Everybody.
Yes. Why don't you get
Look at you. What's up, homie? Where you going tonight? You went to, man, last week it was Chappelle or it was Chris Rock. What are we doing tonight?
Oh, he was funny, guys. He was super funny. It was awesome. I'm just going to work. Are
you gonna get like scooped up if you tell us like one of the bits that he did that really stood out? Did he talk about the Oscars? Like, is that forbidden to talk about?
He did. He was talking about how he was like, the funniest thing about that was when he was like, yeah, everybody wants to know why I didn't do anything back. Well, I was raised by parents and they've taught me lessons. The number one lesson that they taught me: never fight around white people.
That's a great line.
And he was like, also, he has played Ollie I played Pookie in New Jack City. Like, have you ever seen me have my shirt off? Like, he was Ali, me, Pookie. He's like, and this is like, everybody's been talking about their dumb marriage, all their weird ass marriage for years. I say it, and I get the ish slapped out of me.
Man,
I was censored.
I still hate that.
It was so funny. It was he did 2 hours.
Wow.
The best one was when he was talking about dating younger women. And he was like, everybody thinks, because he's like single now, like single. Because he was like, yeah, I might hook up tonight in DC. And he's like, yeah, everybody thinks older men want to date single women or like date younger women because they're younger. He's like, the truth is we date younger women because they're cheaper. He was like, what does a 25-year-old want? Shoes. Can you get me some shoes, Daddy? Can you buy me these shoes? You date a 45-year-old and she's like, can you fix my roof?
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Trysta Krick, BetQL, betting insider.
Trysta did say she did give us the go ahead to try and guess her age.
Yeah, you can do it. I don't mind at all.
I think Trysta's 28.
He's trying to look at me for signs.
27 and a half.
That's a lie. You don't actually believe that I'm 27 and a half.
I'm trying to be closer than Kenny is. Let's see. Now, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a minute.
But you guys have the tools to figure this out.
Hold on. Okay. All right. Calm down. Let me think this through here.
You guys have tools.
This era. This is 2000,
2002, 2003.
I'm gonna go. It's 20.
But didn't she say she was like 17 when she wrote this?
This is the remix.
I'm gonna go.
Yes, that's what we call math school.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
Okay, so she's a little older than 20.
I'm gonna go 34.
6.
Okay.
36.
You're still younger than us.
I knew.
What are you guys, 40?
I felt like the rule was you had to be under. You had to guess under.
Yeah,
you couldn't guess over.
Sure.
What are you guys?
19.
Where are you guys at? You guys in your 40s? You look great, both of you guys, by the way.
I'm 39. I'm turning 40 in July.
What are you, D-Lo?
42.
Yeah, you guys look great. Yeah, if I looked like D-Lo at 42, I will be happy. You guys both got great skin. You know what I mean? Just great moisturized skin.
That's it. You talk about getting older. You start recognizing, you do need that cream for your. you need moisturizer. Like, you got a camera on all day. Yeah, you're gonna need to start taking care of
flaking and like stuff falling off like a grayscale. You know, you can't have that going on. By the way, great sweater.
I have been blessed. It's very dope. That's what I told him earlier. I have been blessed. I don't put anything on my face other than lotion. And I think they say you're not even supposed to put lotion on your face.
We know why that is. Stop it. Stop bragging.
What?
That doesn't work for everybody.
Yeah.
There ain't no line that yellow don't crack. There ain't no.
Yeah.
that line ain't out there. So
some of us have to buy, don't crack.
Some of us have to buy $60 moisturizer to put on every night.
I'm like, how much vitamin C is in this?
Hey, things change when you get older. You I look back, like I showed Sean Cunningham at the media table. I have a picture of Rihanna. I was like, I'm never gonna post this because I just look god awful. But I'm like 20 years younger, but I look terrible because it was different back then.
Yeah.
It was like, well, I'll never post it, but here's like I'm shiny, just like oozing oil out of my pores. Like it's all bad, man.
No, I legit look better at 36 than I did at 20. Absolutely.
The same way.
I mean, I'm not saying it for you. I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I feel the same way about myself. Like, I look better now than I did when I was.
Money helps.
Yeah, I wasn't ugly. I was broke. Listen,
my mom told me this when we would see. I'm like, man, I was 14, 15. We'd watch TV. I'm like, he's how old? She's how old? Oh my God. They look great. And she's like, yeah, that's money. Money helps you look great at 65.
Yeah.
We're not ugly. We're just poor.
That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. I think Jay-Z has a line that says someone who's rich can never be ugly.
You get all the tools. You can do reconstructive surgery. You can do the non-stuff. Like you can use lotions and serums, concealer, contour, brushes, hair, get your hair done. I mean, do you think my hair would look like this if I didn't get it blown out? No, it would look not like that.
You know who doesn't do any of this though? I'm convinced is Maya. She's just a gift.
Were you guys talking about Maya earlier?
No, he just randomly brings Maya up at least once.
What
a
about
week.
Christina Milian? Probably just looks like that too.
That's my girl too. Did she come to Sacramento? She came to the studio?
What do you say?
Oh yeah, I've got
She came to the
multiple
studio?
pictures with Christina Milian,
Christina
and
Milian,
she's
boy.
yeah.
Were you in the music scene? Were you just?
I was on the. I started on the music side. Yeah, I was on the music side.
Do you miss that?
Nah, because I think most music is ass now. So
Yes.
no, I don't miss it.
You don't like Icy Spice or Ice Spice?
Nah, that ain't it. Though there are some that we like that we may be interviewing in the next couple of weeks, but
Really?
overall, I don't like it as much as I don't like the music as much.
Yeah, you can't paint it. You can't sully it all with a brush, because if you want any good musicians to come on the show, then they'll.
Yeah, I mean, so like it's back in my day, it's not that. Like some music is dope and some's not. I just feel like much more of it now is not.
Yeah.
Like it ain't. It's not written for me. I'm out the demo now, and I was never gonna be the 40. With all due respect to those that are, I was never going to be the 40-year-old dude at the club because the station had me out there.
Yeah.
That was never going to be.
That'd be rough.
That
That would be rough.
I felt too old at 28. I was like, all right, dude, you've done this for like 7 years. Grow up.
It's time for me to get a real job.
Yeah, stop going to 815L and go do something with
D-Lo
yourself.
at Ricky's.
Bro,
That's when Charlemagne the God is. He has it all by himself.
Yo, we were talking about. Do you think Kyrie plays for Brooklyn again?
No.
The Ramona thing that I mentioned right before the break, I didn't realize Josiah had texted him, had tried to get a hold of him, and he just didn't respond.
That's so
wild.
foul. That's so
crazy.
foul.
Ooh.
By the way, I didn't realize though the uptick, and maybe it wasn't an uptick. Maybe it's just been there all along. The Hotep increase on Twitter. It is increased.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, everybody what they call it. You got the Hotep, you got the LLC Twitter that gives you financial advice. Oh yeah, Twitter. You everybody knows everything on Twitter.
I was like, they're
Everybody
like,
knows
what
that.
did he say that was wrong? Where are the lies? And I'm like, folks, I am gonna stay away from this because there's a lot of them. So
There's-
no.
Just post a black square, guys. That'll fix everything.
The other thing about Twitter is like people feel like they have to post something. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to.
You really don't?
have to, especially when you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know
And
what
I
mean?
think the thing that makes me think he's not going to play again is because they said that there were, what was it? It was the measures. It was, there's specific measures that they said they needed. Oh, objective remedial measures that he has to satisfy, which means like you can't continue to say, I know who I am. I know where I come from. Like as long as that sentence gets uttered and not like, hey, all of this, like I need to just, I've learned, I've met with some people. I realized all of this was all of these, like the root of this was the same root that Hitler used. As soon as you start, like you can't, if you're like, I know where I come from. Hey, I'm sorry. I feel responsible. Love everyone, every race, every creed, but I know where I come from. Like you can't have that last part and satisfy those measures for where we are now because the cat's out the bag.
Well, there's really no once you hit like Hitler,
Yeah.
there's no coming back from that.
No.
Yep.
No.
I was talking to my friend the other day and about this, and it was like, they say there's two sides to every story, There's no two sides to the Holocaust. There's just one. There's just you're either on the side of the rights righteous or you're on the side of Hitler. You can't. There's no like, hey, I wonder what Hitler's perspective on this would be.
And to be honest with you, if you're ever associated with something like that, you've got to be. And this is where I come. I don't agree with Kyrie on how he handled this. You've got to be strong in the do not associate me with anything that has to do with him. Don't even put our names in the same sentence. Put a period after my name and then start a sentence with him. Don't put me in the same sentence. You got to be strong with that. And that's what he hasn't done. Like, do I think he agrees with Hitler? I don't believe that. But once you're in the same sentence, you need to be strong to disassociate.
Well, the problem is there's more evidence that he does than he doesn't right now. And I think that's everybody's issue.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
what we were talking about earlier. Denounce it.
Yeah.
All of it. I don't think he watched the movie, guys. I don't think he watched it. I don't think he did.
Thank you.
There's no way. There's no way he watched it.
I don't think he did either.
He got the cliff notes, when you got to go and study and you have a book report and you're like, yes, like we are the jewels. And like all the other stuff you've missed, like the, Jews being responsible for the slave trade and like you're rolling with the like who this real is and like who the imposters are and like all the foundational elements that created like the seeds of the Holocaust. Like you can't be rocking with the seeds. You know what I mean?
You gotta disassociate yourself, man.
Yeah.
Like, anything that comes close, you have to disassociate yourself.
But the whole movie, like the premise of the movie is the same premise of the Holocaust. So anything aligned with that movie is aligned with the guy who used those foundational tenets and killed 6 million Jewish people and 10 million people. So there's no way to you can't separate yourself because there's the ideology is the same.
Yeah.
So no, I don't.
Do you think he plays anywhere again?
It's hard to say. There's some desperate teams.
I got a theory. That's the one. Like, why wouldn't you trade Russell Westbrook for Kyrie Irving right this second?
I think you just cut him. I think you just got to kind of – because here's the thing, right? Number one, he's not going to get extended or he's not going to get a new contract to play with Brooklyn. We know that. They're 2-6, not 6-2. So there's no value to him on the team from a winning perspective. It doesn't appear that KD is so wanting to play with Kyrie anymore. Hence the reason he asked for a trade, right? He wasn't asking for them to be traded together. So I don't think he really is well, I must play with Kyrie now. And at this point, it's what's really the benefit of truthfully, what's the benefit of having him on your team right now? And you could probably legally, given the Anti-Defamation League and the Adam Silver, there's probably some way to not have to pay him the full amount that you owe him this year. From a team perspective. I don't know why. I don't know why you would keep him at this point, given that he's been balling overall and you're still losing games.
Yeah, there's no point to.
But aside, my bad. But aside, I understand the thought process about the Lakers. I think he might be toxic right now.
Yeah.
The Lakers say, "Hey, we traded for Kyrie Irving. It's gonna be cool in LA." I'm talking about the people, the media. Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
And LA, you guys know what it is. Know what time it is in LA.
Yeah.
I lived in part
Hollywood.
of LA where it was I lived in a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood in LA. Full blankets around on the shoulders, big hats, curls. I don't know if Kyrie is welcome in LA right now. I mean, Brooklyn's sort of the same deal, right? I mean, those are some of the biggest pockets in the country for Jewish population.
Yeah. Maybe he just goes home.
He might.
Maybe he
just
goes
home, just to his house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Outside of the strange amount of dysfunction going on in the National Basketball Association right now, what's the weirdest thing so far in this early part of the season?
I think it's weird that the Warriors are probably going to be 3-7.
Your
after
Warriors.
Our Warriors. I have solved the puzzle of how it goes. You know what I mean? The power in these hands, in these Twitter fingers are immense. So we're rocking with the Warriors, baby. I'm doing service for the good folks of Sacramento and Portland and anyone who's anti-Warriors, just the good people generally. So we're on a train, baby. We're on the train until it's choo-choo off the track.
What do you think about them though? Do you think it's just like a championship hangover, a malaise? They'll figure it out, or do you think there's something really wrong with that?
I think it's a role player issue. You've got James Wiseman. He looks like he's always kind of been a deer in headlights, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's not the highest IQ basketball player because of how late he started playing the game. Yeah. So he's setting really weak screens. He's wanting the ball, even though he doesn't, that's the set's not designed for him. He just doesn't feel like he's giving the energy that some of the other role players had and just kind of knowing the scheme. And then you've got like Kuminga, who's kind of needing to develop as well, but he's sort of in the same way Wiseman-esque in terms of like mentally not really understanding the system quite yet, like not having consistent locking in energy too. So I think it's that. And then you've got like you lost Damian Lee, you lose Juan Toscano-Anderson, you lose Bialica, you lose Gary Payton, you lose a lot of role players who play defense, who know what they're supposed to be doing on the floor, journeymen, guys who've been around, veteran role players, and they're just young. They're just a bunch of young kids along with the core starting to kind of decline a little bit in performance. And the young kids haven't, been able to really catch up from a, like mental standpoint. So I think the errors are I think you're just going to get this for like 50 games, 50, 60 games.
And then they turn it on, and then they
the
playoffs?
Yes.
Like how high though?
I mean, it's all of it. Another one.
Championship, obviously.
All of it. All of it. Five of them. Count them. Five, obviously.
Does you think there's any Draymond Jordan Poole hangover?
Yeah, he hit him in the face. He hit him in the face. Let me ask you guys this: if like 3 weeks ago, Kenny cold-cocked you, Damian, and you fell to the ground like timber, would you be okay right now? Would you guys be okay?
No, we'd probably still be fighting. We'd literally be fighting every day I walked in the building.
Right? You'd be looking at the side of your eye.
I don't care how many D-Lo and KC hoodies y'all buying. We'd be fighting every day.
Right.
Even if Stacey signed you to a $140 million contract.
Well, that might. Oh man, we can find out. I mean, if Stacey wanna find out, I'll take a punch for $140 million. We'll see how I respond.
Yeah,
I don't even think his bruise is healed yet. It's been like 2 seconds. So yeah, I think
Draymond's not good. So like you got punched in the face by a player who's not good anymore.
Triple single.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot there, isn't there?
There's a lot.
There's just a lot. We've got the Nets, we've got the Lakers, we've got the Warriors, all giving me high levels of drama to the point where I can't even. And then we got Josh Primo.
I was gonna say we didn't even mention the guy who might be arrested any minute.
I said this yesterday. I don't know if you heard it, Damian, but I want you to hear it and tell me if I'm going to get canceled. Because I did about a 20-minute stand-up-esque thing on this Josh Primo news about like no separate, like 9 times or more that, did you guys hear this news?
No, I'm not even like all the way. I haven't even got caught up on Primo.
Okay. So he's released from the team.
Yeah.
The team psychologist is claiming that Josh Primo would come to sessions and his meat would be out 9 times or more.
Probably heard that Drake 21 Savage.
Oh.
I just got a noise complaint for listening to that album right now, like as I was coming on.
Let's just be clear. just you don't even have to explain what you think about the album because I've seen enough of what people think about.
Seen enough on Twitter. Twitter's gone a little haywire.
People just react fast, don't they?
Really fast.
Yeah, that's nuts though.
But
so
and then,
nine times. She said no less than 9 times, but she never told him. She never said anything to him.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And he says it's a wardrobe malfunction. That's
9 times.
that he just was wearing no underwear with his gym shorts and was laying down on her couch, just getting his thoughts out. Just the whole thing is very odd.
Yeah. Well, and then the news that came, like he might be arrested for this.
Jeez.
Like it's not an NBA issue anymore.
Right.
Like, hey, dog, you can't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
hell no, you can't do that.
just listen, you just can't. And I think the number I was wondering, like, how many times would it take for me to mention that I've seen someone's meat that I don't want to see? I think it's twice. I think it's like the first time maybe something's.
I feel like you do it. Really? I feel like, hey, fam, you're.
No, I think it would, for me, it would be immediate.
Hey,
for me, immediate, but not everybody's as like open and honest as me. Like, hey,
right.
Nobody wants to see your meat right now. Like, listen, we're working through and he says he's working through with a new therapist about this trauma with the psychologist. That this situation is causing him to seek new therapy.
This is crazy.
This is way too much for the NBA right now.
It absolutely.
Like, how is all of this happening in the NBA?
Well, look to Primo and the Nets. Trysta, I seen you on Instagram talking about this. We ain't even got to the fact that they about to bring in Ime Udoka. Everything that they got going on, they bringing back this guy.
It's wild out here. It's wild.
That's what we said. Roger Goodell called Adam Silver and said, bro, get your house in order.
Can you fix something? What's happening? It's been 14 days, y'all.
Adam Silver,
not even.
Adam Silver said, cancel the Christmas Day football games and I'll get in order.
I'm like, do I even want to go to this Memphis Grizzlies Golden State game? Will they be in a 10 seed by then?
Oh
Goodness
man, let's
gracious.
see. We covered indecent exposure, fighting, anti-Semitism. I don't know if there's room to talk basketball anywhere here.
What are you guys surprised the most about?
Well, what? Not what I'm surprised most about, but can we acknowledge how amazing Giannis and Nikola Jokic are to just continue to run the league? Luka too, but for Giannis and Jokic, just running the league now for like the 4th straight year and just seemingly getting better and better and better. But yeah, Luka absolutely is in the conversation.
Luka's worst game is 31, 11, and 9 or something.
That's crazy.
Jeez.
I mean, that's his worst game.
That guy is. Those guys are absolutely playing on a different level right now.
Giannis,
and
Giannis
I think you can probably throw Ja in there too because he slowed down a little bit, but he started off the season going crazy.
I think now don't misunderstand this in terms of like a list and talking Jordan and LeBron. Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Yeah,
pound for pound, yes.
He's just ridiculous.
You know what? My son asked me. He's 9, right, and he's starting to. In the last year and a half, he's starting to like really understand the NBA. And he asked me, and I didn't really know how to answer this. We were watching Giannis, and he's like, "Is this what Shaq was like? Is this how it was to watch Shaq?" And at first I want to be like, "No," but then I thought about it, and I was like, "Well, like there was no answer for Shaq. There's really no answer for Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like, he's dominant in probably a different way." But yeah, to like a younger generation, this might be what it was like to watch Shaq.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there is nothing that you can do at all. I went to the Detroit Pistons Warriors game in Detroit, which was insane, by the way. That Kate Cunningham, even though he shoots like me when I was in 10th grade from 3, like a very flat push shot, he's unreal too. He's been really insane. Really fun. He had one bad game against the Bucks, but I was thinking about that Bucks game And Detroit, they're a fun young team too.
You know what I just thought about? That question I asked about Shaq. Jesse asked me the same question that day. I forgot he asked me first, and then Jesse, my son, asked me the same thing.
Well, they're close
later
in
that
age.
night.
So
he asked me to. So we got two different people asking. Like, for I don't know how he had that thought. I don't know where Reese came from with it. But Jesse asked me the same question that day. I go home that night, and Reese is like, "Man, he's like Shaq, right?" And I was like, "I've been talking to Jesse."
You're like, is this a sleeper cell situation where Jesse's texting Reese? Ask him about Shaq.
I don't know what I'm most surprised at. Honestly, kind of Portland.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like what Portland's doing is sustainable.
Yeah.
I was just dead wrong on that. San Antonio, I think, is going to play itself out.
Mhm.
Utah, we'll see how far it plays itself out. I think Portland can complete most of the season, maybe not at the clip that they are right now, but I didn't think they would be able to defend better, and I didn't think everyone would step into the role the way that they have so seamlessly to start this season.
Yeah, and I said this. I think that they're the most athletic Portland team. I think this is one of the most athletic teams, period, pound for pound in the league right now, too. You're talking about guys with like verts, crazy verts, bounce, long arms, just being able to do a little bit of everything. People even say weird things about like Damian Lillard not being some crazy athlete. He had the second highest standing vertical in the combine when he came out. Like, I think it was like 39 inches, like just standing on 2 feet straight up. So, yeah, we got some dudes finally. And I think Chauncey Billups is the real deal.
He's doing a great job. You know what's funny? I'm looking at the standings right now. All of California is out of the playoffs.
Oh,
the Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, and Kings all out if the season ended today.
Do you think the Clippers are going to figure things out? Because, man.
I do, but this Kawhi thing is, I mean, I didn't expect him to play 82, but like he's kind of hurt again.
He's out. He's out.
That's what I was banking on. I think we talked. I don't know if you heard about it, Trysta. I had Paul George as my MVP. I picked him as the MVP, but I think he's a dark horse to win the award before the season.
Someone screenshot Trista's face because that was my exact reaction too.
Paul George is cooking.
And
he's cooking.
What are they doing? What's going on? You just said they were.
I thought they were going to be number 1 seed though in the West.
That's fair. Think about this. He had to put on like a vintage Pacer performance to beat the freaking Rockets.
Yeah, he did.
He had to do that to beat the Kings too.
Deep into his bag. Side stat draping, people draping on him. And it's like, that's what he can do against the Rockets. But as soon as you get him into any real pressure competition, no. Paul George will never win an MVP. I will give you anything you want in life if Paul George ever gets an MVP.
If the Clippers win or are first in the West, and right now he's at 22-6-5. That's not good enough. You're gonna have to pick up the points per game.
No, I mean we got guys averaging almost 40.
He was like third in voting that year with OKC.
Luka right now is averaging 36, 9, and 9 with 2 steals.
That's insane.
If he was to keep this up, he would statistically be better than Jordan's best year statistically.
That man is insane.
I mean, and that is on 52% from the field, and he's only, this is the part where there's room to go, he's only shooting 23% from 3.
That man is insane. Insane.
No, get out of here with Paul George MVP.
Watch, Trysta. Watch what happens as the season goes along. Watch
what happens.
Is weird right now.
He's going to the IR.
If Utah continues this, they're gonna be the 1 seed. We all know it ain't gonna happen. Paul George.
That's fair.
Paul George about to start cooking.
Will
the Clippers about to go up.
Why do you like Paul George so much?
Because he's nice.
But
I think he's not somebody that I would ultimately trust. But I do think that playoff season where Kawhi got hurt and he took them to the Western Conference Finals, I think that helped his psyche a little bit.
I hope. I hope so. I hope so. Kyle's gonna get really mad at me.
He's not even here. He's on his bye week. He's
Oh,
at
is he?
Disneyland. It just dawned. I looked up. I was like, oh, it's 2:26. Oh, we probably should have told Trysta she could go anytime. You probably got to go to work.
I usually leave it around 5:45. Today, I'm gonna spill a little work tea. You guys ready for it?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Today is the worst rundown I've ever seen in my life. It's the worst show.
Worse now.
We have like 40 game previews.
Oh, worse isn't like it's a lot.
It's just the worst.
Let me get your thoughts on
That's how I felt about today's rundown. That's what we opened the show talking about Disneyland. It's a true story.
let me get your thoughts before you go on 1 versus 3.
I think I
Tennessee
still
at
have to
first.
be. I think I have to be part of the public. You know, they always like make fun of everybody for going with the public side, but Tennessee's really good. I've bet against them and lost money. I don't think I'm going to do it again. If
Man,
I can get Tennessee 8.5, I will take it.
You bet against them this week, you're going to win.
What'd you say?
Georgia. I said you bet against them this week, you're going to win. I got Georgia -7.
Do you?
Oh.
But 7.5 is a lot different than 8.5.
True.
You know what I mean? At 7, I take Georgia. Over 8, I take Tennessee.
Okay. Bama, LSU, real quick.
Bama, got to take Bama, -13.5. I just think LSU's very trash. I know that it's a late game, it's a night game, and that's good for LSU. And LSU's had a couple of good weeks, and so the line
They
is
got a
where it
road to the playoff. It's right there for them. Got to beat Bama to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Paul George MVP talk right there.
Oh, stop it.
Facts.
Stop it.
That's facts. We appreciate you, Trysta. You're the best.
Love you guys.
Take
We'll
care,
be back.
Tristan.
That's Trysta Krick. Betting insider. Bet MGM tonight.
Finally
BetQL.
talk to her about betting.
We'll fit in there. We got moisturizer in. We've got blowing out the hair. We got all that good stuff. We'll come back. I think we got a little sneaky peek at Cash Caraways. We got another.
Oh yeah, we got some.
Okay,
We got
so
some.
we'll hit that next. We'll talk a little bit about the national title game. James Ham at the national title game, the 1 versus 3. We'll talk about that game, and we'll talk James Ham Kings basketball top of the hour when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
James ain't pulling up on us, is he?
No, you doing 13th round?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, got some 13th round stuff. Let's see. I'll say, because there's actual news, I'll save what I was going to talk about one of these days. We'll get to that one of these days. But it's the 13th round. Excuse me. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You know the vibes. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Big ups to them. Always showing love, doing what they do. And shout out to my main man, the Dope Ones. Donnie Dope Ones doing what he does. I know he doesn't like that name, but, you know, that's my man. Don is dope. You know what it is. Go check him out on Instagram and Twitter. Boxing has failed us a number of different times in 2022 when it comes to matchmaking and really just nobody fighting. Like nobody of not getting any of these great matchups that we thought we were going to get throughout 2022, especially in the second half of 2022. 2023 may be off to a better start because yesterday we got, can I say confirmation? I'm not really sure, but both fighters say they agreed. And I'm talking about Caleb Plant versus David Benavidez. No date has been set, but they both talk about early 2023. This is a hell of a fight. I'm not here to say it's Crawford, Spence, and Tank and Ryan and all this other stuff. I'm not making that claim, but I am telling you, Caleb Plant versus David Benavidez is a hell of a fight. And it is a true grudge match. It is, they got real heat, these two. Real heat. And Caleb Plant, to be honest with you, we know he struggled against he lost against Canelo Alvarez. He had his moments. But he's with Bredman, the new trainer, and we saw what he did to Anthony Durrell. He may have turned a leaf on his career. So him going up against David Benavidez, this could be the great time for him. This could be a great moment for him to try and beat David Benavidez. If you ask me right now, if this fight goes down, who's going to win? I like Caleb Plant. I really do. I don't think nobody's beating David Benavidez right now. I'm just keeping it real. I don't think anybody's beating that man. You name him, I'm saying, no, I don't think he could get him. He's too much. But you know what? I love to see the fight. Hopefully, this comes down in 2023. And that's the 13th round. I don't think nobody beats David Benavidez. Well, we know that ain't happening. I think he's from Phoenix. That's Jesse. You and I both know he ain't never fighting David Benavidez. He should. I'd love to see it. That's the fight right there. But it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Oh, John Bull thinks he'll beat Benavidez. Okay. All right. I ain't mad at you.
Why you keep it so cold in here?
I thought about it the other day. I'll probably never wear short sleeves in this studio ever in life. If it's anything like Jesse was saying over the summer, although he was in a different building too, but he was here for a little bit.
Yeah, the last building, it'd be like 40 degrees in the studio. It'd be freezing in the middle of July.
I am somebody. I'm starving.
Amen. Me too. I forgot Dimitri Bivol fights this weekend. I could have previewed that, but no. I'll be watching it though. I took an L this morning. Tried to get the Panda Dunks. Was unsuccessful.
Man, I had every intention of coming out of retirement. I wanted those Air Force One NOLA shoes. And I forgot. I just freaking forgot. And yeah, they're gone.
Damien, do you do like today I got some tailwinds on. Do you do like the tailwinds? The shoes feel so good.
I don't have any. Those ones I had on the other day, the blue high, I don't remember the official name for them.
Oh, the ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were, man, them fucking things are uncomfortable.
You think so?
Yes.
Are all ones uncomfortable or just those? Because I think they're actually
I feel like they're kind of heavy. Maybe because all of my other shoes are so light, they feel kind of heavy. Like these are easy. I got 3s on. They're easy. Man, them ones, maybe they were just too snug. I don't know. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball. Looks like De'Aaron Fox is going to be back for Saturday's game against the Orlando Magic. We will talk to James about that.
Hey, real quick, just in case anybody forgot, Brett Favre definitely should be in jail.
Confirmed. Yes, that is confirmed. Although someone in our office did go, man, I love Brett Favre. Today, I was like, hey, man, no. He was talking about in a football context. We don't do that. We don't do that. But yeah, Brett Favre should absolutely be serving time in prison. Preferably lots of. Man, that just made me think of something. I ain't just
going
press this button. Press button.
Showtime. Straight cash, homie.
Yes, sir. You already know what it is. Cash Caraway in the building. Trying to get you right this weekend. All right, with your picks. I went 1-2 last weekend, Damien. One of the losses, one of them was really bad. I had Syracuse.
You still way above 500 though, right?
15-10.
Yeah.
15-10 on the season. One of the losses was a bad one, Syracuse. They lost bad to who they play. I think they played Notre Dame. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. They're dead to me anyway. But Georgia, I had them at minus 22.5. Guess how much they beat Florida by?
21?
22.
Oh.
It's even worse.
That is bad.
22.
You know what? That's why I don't gamble.
So even with all that said, I'm still 15-10 on the season. And I got some heavy hitters for you this week. I got some heavy hitters. My guys, after beating down that other school, beating down that state school last week, Michigan, they go to Jersey. They go see my boy Pino and the whole crew. And they go play Rutgers. They go see Mitch and the whole crew over in Jersey. They go to Rutgers. They're a minus 26 favorite. Man, give me all that. Give me all that. Michigan about to slap them boys up. All right, they got that. I talked about it with Trysta.
Yep.
Georgia, Tennessee going to Athens. I love the Tennessee story. That's a good team. I don't think they're ready for that. Give me Georgia minus 7.5. That's what I seen it at. I'm going with the Bulldogs, man. Hey, no disrespect. It just is what it is.
It was disrespectful.
It just is what it is. Remind me, I got to tell you something about that too. But so I win Michigan, I win Georgia, and I haven't done this lately, but I'll do it this week. I'm gonna go to the NFL.
Oh, wait. Okay,
Yeah.
hey, don't do that. Look, come on now.
I'm
Live
gonna
and learn.
I'm gonna go to the NFL, and I'm gonna go to Arizona.
Went really bad the last time you did this. I'm giving you a chance to bail.
They got your boy, Geno, coming to town. The Cardinals are a 2-point favorite.
I don't think I like the way you said that, but okay.
I'm going with the Cardinals. Give me the 2 with the Cardinals. I think they beat the Seahawks in Arizona on Sunday afternoon. So wrap it up. Michigan minus 26, Georgia minus 7.5, and give me the Arizona Cardinals minus 2 over the Seahawks. We're getting paid this week. Let's go.
I could see the Arizona thing happening.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Seattle's a bad team. I ain't saying that.
It doesn't.
I just see things.
This NFL season is weird.
Yeah.
This weekend's going to be weird. By the way, if you're like a red zone watcher, don't even bother. Like at 1 o'clock, don't even bother. There's 2 games on.
Yeah.
You can watch them both. Just flip back and forth between the two. You probably won't miss anything.
Well, the killer is, I think they're both on Fox. So it's a regional thing. You're getting one or the other. And sorry to those poor people in Arizona who have to watch the Seahawks in Arizona. Cardinals.
What is the other game?
Tampa Bay and the Rams.
That's right.
When I said no disrespect, it reminds me of the classic Stephen A. clip when he was talking about Kwame Brown, and he goes, "This man's a bona fide scrub. No disrespect."
What? You just called the man a scrub. All right.
No disrespect.
It's wild. I can't call a professional athlete a scrub. I was talking to someone the other day.
I try not to.
Who asked about a player, and I couldn't like formulate a way of saying that player's not good.
Mm-hmm.
And the person was like, "Yeah, she's a scrub. She was a scrub." And like, well, I can't say that, but
I ain't gonna lie. Personal conversations, I be calling people bums and scrubs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No doubt.
You won't catch me on 1320 calling.
Yeah,
it's
like it's a lot. Browns, Cowboys, Broncos, Giants, Steelers, and 49ers all taking the week off.
Damn, they used to just have 4 teams with the bye weeks. Now they got like 7.
Hey, Eagles 8-0.
Eagles 8-0.
They did beat the Texans.
Yeah.
It was dicey there for a little bit. I poked in. I think it was 14-7 at one point, 14-14. I saw Jalen Hurts got wrapped up from behind. Ball got knocked loose. I saw a little bit of it, but nothing that caused me to stick around for it.
Let me ask you a question. Do the Eagles lose a game in the regular season?
Let me take a peek. I'm going to say yes. Just I don't think they're going undefeated. I don't think they're going 17-0.
For those that can't see, we got Commanders next week.
Yep.
At Colts.
Yep.
Packers at home.
Mm-hmm.
Titans at home.
Honestly, I can see 3 losses in here.
At Giants, at Bears, at Cowboys, Saints, and Giants to finish the season. I see maybe.
I don't think they're beating the Giants or the Cowboys twice.
I think they'll beat the Giants twice. I don't think the Giants are that good.
I don't either, but I don't think they're going to beat them twice.
I think they'll beat them twice.
I think they'll beat the Commanders twice. That's who they'll beat.
The funny thing is the Heineke, the 4-4 surging Commanders.
Well, they're probably going to try to force Carson Wentz back in. Well, that wouldn't be this week though.
Brett Favre. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's the other. That's what I'm saying. I can see them losing 3 games. Not
the Titans game is interesting too. Like the Titans might be.
Titans are interesting now.
Well, Derrick Henry.
Well, I brought up the 5-2 Titans on Tuesday.
That'll be interesting.
And
you
gave me one of those.
In the Pick'em League, I ain't picking the Titans to beat the Eagles that week. I'll tell you that right now. But it might be interesting.
You don't think they're going 17-0?
Nah, I see maybe. I see 1 or 2 losses.
Really?
Yeah. They're a good team. Like the Eagles are good.
Yeah, I mean, 14-3 is not a bad record.
Yeah.
I 1 loss. I can't see that.
They're a good team. So like even when I say like I don't think they'll even make the NFC Championship game, maybe they're good. So they'll handle this schedule, but you know, when it's scary hours, I don't think they'll be ready.
I think we have to break. Let's step out. Not gonna fool me. You can't get fooled again. I ain't gonna do it again, Jesse. I got it. Let's step out. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox. We'll talk about the Kings this weekend. Much more ahead. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh.
Need to DoorDash some food or something. I'm hungry as hell. Hey, shout out to our guy, Chris Biederman. Biederman got his hoodies today.
Nice. Every day I go to this damn vending machine.
Just shoot our man Biederman back a message. I have nothing wrestling related to talk about. We'll watch SmackDown tonight, though. Especially with no Kings game, I might watch SmackDown live.
When are you going to watch The Undertaker versus Goldberg at Crown Jewel or whatever it was?
Oh, man. So Crown Jewel is this weekend, right? Okay. I've never seen Crown Jewel before, a single episode.
I'm telling you, just watch that one match and it'll be like everything that you've missed in just one match.
So I will watch it. Jesse has been trying to get me to watch the Goldberg Undertaker match for months. That was at that Crown Jewel, and I just won't. And so I will do that. I will watch the Undertaker and Goldberg. I'll probably do it today. I might break the streak. I might break the unwritten rule and watch. I might watch Crown Jewel just because I'm curious how they get out of the Roman Logan Paul thing. Wait, that's what time it comes on? It comes on at 9 a.m.? Or are you guys talking about something else? Is that really on at 9 a.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's that early.
I guess that would make sense. It's okay. All right, I'll watch it. I saw the clips on the Undertaker thing, and it looked just
I'm telling you, I was watching that match.
Just
somebody's gonna die
horrendous.
right here.
Goldberg and the Undertaker. Oh man, what else is on the card? I really don't know anything past. I just really want to see how they get out of Roman and Logan Paul. Because I don't think the right move is to go out there and just beat Logan Paul. Like you're kind of establishing something with him, and I truthfully think that it's working. I don't know that just beating him is the right. I don't know that beating him is the right way.
So who's the good guy in this?
Roman? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. Oh, that's big guy carnage. Oh, Lashley and Lesnar for real? Damn, this is a loaded card. Jeez. Yeah, I read that rumor there. But that's Roman can't lose.
Jake Paul's gonna hit him with the right hook, and then call it Canelo after.
Yeah, I'm gonna break the rule. I'm gonna break the rule and watch. Especially now that I know it's on at 9:00, I could just throw it on. But I'll watch Goldberg. I'll watch Goldberg Undertaker tonight.
Yeah, we need your review on Monday.
Huh? Jesse's been trying to get me to watch Goldberg Undertaker at Crown Jewel for months.
The one where he almost died?
Yes, the one where he killed him. The one where he tried to kill him. Yeah.
That was crazy. I watched that match after hearing like everything.
He's got a steel plate in his arm.
That's one of those matches like I saw it, so you have to watch it. That's how bad
I
it
watched
is.
that match after everybody had seen it, you know, and said like, "Oh my gosh, he almost killed him."
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it couldn't have been that bad. And I watched it, I said, "Oh my god."
Goldberg.
So I want to bring something up again because it's not an epiphany, but you saw Meek Mill was at. Did you see Meek Mill was at the Phillies game yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
He brought him out. I think Dreams and Nightmares that's.
I feel like you're gonna call it overrated.
No, absolutely not. Remember the conversation we'd have about like the sweet Caroline of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Dreams it might be there. It's a little hard to say that.
It's up there. The second that piano hits.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished?
It's hard to say because it's a rap song.
Yeah.
So like when you would come with like the R&B song, like I get it. That it's a little bit of a broader audience. But people go crazy. And the thing that had me thinking about it is I went to his Instagram page and he's about to do a 10-year anniversary show for that album. And it's like, damn, I was somewhere 2 weeks ago and that song came on and people went crazy, knew every word, went crazy.
I remember when
we're talking about Dreams and Nightmares for the radio audience. You guys didn't.
I remember when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and that was because Dan Patrick didn't get it. He spent like 6 months trying to make some cheesy ass country record he heard. Like this should be the Eagles like song. And it's so nice and it's sentimental. And he had the guy who sang the song, and like he would do this weekly, all of the time. And it's like, will someone tell him that the song is Dreams and Nightmares like that? They've set their entire season to that song.
Yeah.
Nah, it's an anthem. It's crazy.
I can't believe it's been 10 years since that came out. It's crazy.
That just seems wrong.
I know,
but
right?
I guess not.
10 years. I guess now that I think about it, it's the same time my son was born. That's crazy. That is nuts.
Any truth to the rumor that Reese was going to be named Dreams and Nightmares?
No, Reese almost didn't have a name. We didn't come up with his name until like
going to be a symbol like
3,
Prince.
Maybe this one too.
Do we
maybe.
have a name for the baby?
We got some candidates.
Okay.
No name.
Do
yet.
you want to have a chatty house vote?
Nah.
Jazz, I know Jazz was here earlier. We could have a chatty
She
house
was in
vote.
here earlier?
She was
Oh, I didn't even
talking
see
crazy about you.
So, what I
That's
say
not
this
true.
time?
She wasn't. I think she was weighing in on Tom Brady's niece, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, no, I mean,
we could put the name to a vote in the chatty house and see what we get.
No, I'll leave that to her.
the sponsor 1320 caraway.
The ACR.
If you're a business and you would like to purchase the rights to Kenny and Jasmine's baby's name, contact rich.ripley@odyssey.com. Again, if you'd like that, I guarantee you this type of sponsorship is not available anywhere else in sports media. If you would like to sponsor the naming rights to Kenny and Jasmine's daughter, contact us at rich.ripley@odyssey.com.
Rob W. Nani La Tesla Caraway.
Oh, it works. Golden one caraway.
Babette Caraway.
Uncle V. Uncle V. Let's go.
Yeah, whatever her name is, we got to get paid for it.
Yeah, you got to.
Step up.
Those
Sponsors.
Are the rules. Those are the rules. Got to get paid for it. James Ham said to join us at the top of the hour. He tweeted earlier that De'Aaron Fox was a full participant at practice, and it looks like he's going to be a go. Well, the belief is he's going to be a go tomorrow. They're going to monitor how he feels tonight, and of course, headed into tomorrow's game.
He's officially listed as questionable, but I think he plays on Saturday. He's doing all this. I guess really what you would be looking for right now is, well, we don't know how well he played or warmed up or whatever, but let's just assume it was fine. I guess the thing you'd be looking for right now is how does he feel in the morning?
Yeah.
And if he feels fine, he should be ready to go.
And I don't really know the, when you hear bruise, you immediately think bruise, black and white or black and blue, purple, whatever. It's a little bit different. You know what I mean? When you're dealing with bone bruises and things like that, but also the severity of it. I don't think there's a lot of swelling involved in this, right? In these types of injuries. Yeah. So I really just think it simply boils down to, is he comfortable tomorrow?
Right. Hopefully so, man. They just want all hands on deck. You know what I mean? When you're 2-5 and you're trying to get right, like
for sure,
you want to make sure everybody's there.
But is that something that the Miami game taught everyone, fans, maybe players, maybe coaching staff included? Obviously, you don't want anything long term. You don't want anything multiple weeks, or really, you would prefer not even multiple games. But hey, we could survive without De'Aaron for a night. We could, we could survive without Sabonis. We don't want to lose multiple guys at the same time,
right?
But we have players here now, and one's down. That's all right. People know they've got to adjust. We saw Malik Monk become a great distributor against Miami. Obviously, Davion, did his role. Sabonis was great. I feel like we learned, okay, if we miss a guy here and there, it's not the end of the world, where it very much used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Fox would go down for a game or two last year. Harrison might be down or something like that, and you were like, ain't no chance tonight. It ain't happening tonight. They would need a Herculean effort to get that. You don't feel that way. You like you said, they've got enough horses to be able to go into a game with Miami or Orlando or the Warriors. And you think about, they'd have to play really well.
Yeah.
Okay, if you play really well, you got a shot to win.
And the thing is, you got to play really well when they're all there too. Because
you're not that good.
Yeah, right. You just
can do whatever.
Ain't that dog? You ain't that dog. You've got to step up. We'll talk we'll talk all Kings when James joins us. James just tweeted De'Aaron Fox is officially listed as questionable for tomorrow's game against Orlando, with the latest injury report coming out just moments ago. Have you watched Luka at all this year?
I've seen one game of his. I've seen a couple of highlights, but I followed along with like the numbers.
I've been all highlights. I haven't watched a single watched a single Dallas Mavericks game yet.
The game I watched them, they lost today. It was a Pelicans game. But he's going crazy right now.
It's absurd. Didn't he? Did he just? He's the first. What was he? The first player since Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah, to have
30 plus points in the first 7 games of the season.
That's
Good Lord!
crazy.
And they're like, I think they're like 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3. They have a loss to OKC under the belt.
Huh?
Yeah, which is bizarre.
But it's not.
Nothing is bizarre this
Right,
season.
right. True that. But it's the Dallas Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic is I don't know what the plural of Doncic is. Luka Doncic
Maybe he's like
is
maybe he's like the Jazz and the Heat.
the Heats.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm
Jazz.
always gonna be a Warriors.
The Jazz is in the Heats. And here's the James Hams. He's gonna freeze any second. He's gonna be furious, and it's gonna be funny. What's up, Hammer?
What's going on, gentlemen? How are you guys?
We welcome
we're
in our
good, man. How you
1320
doing, man?
Kings insider, James Ham here. It's Steelo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Saw you just tweeted about De'Aaron. What word did you get about practice?
Yeah, he's at practice. He was practicing, fully participating today. That's a very, very good sign. And it sounds like he's probably a game time decision, but probably more leaning towards playing tomorrow. It really does depend on how his body reacts to a day of practice, a really solid, hard day of practice, and get to see what he looks like tomorrow morning, if there's any swelling or if there's any additional soreness. But he's on pace to be back, whether it's on Saturday or, you got to wait until Monday. I think he's on pace to be back very soon.
This may seem a little strange, but the way, and I don't even mean it as if the Kings are like rushing him back, but say they would have won against Miami. Do you think they would have probably told him like, hey, let's just sit out another game until we get back to the West Coast? Or the fact that they lost and it's almost, to some, it's a must win against Orlando. They're like, all right, if he feels good, we gotta bring him out there.
No, this is a guy that wants to be out there every game. It hasn't always worked out that way, but like this is a guy that does try to get back from injury, outside of like maybe one instance. But he's definitely a guy that ankle. Like, yeah, he wants to play. He wants to play, and I don't blame him. Like in the team, like they know what he means to this team. I mean, we saw it. Like their pace dropped by a full point, like from 102.5 to 101.5 in one game because he wasn't there. I mean, that's stunning. And that tells you that their pace was like 7 or 8 notches below where its standard is in order to drop it that far, even in a small sample size of 2 and 5. In a 7-game series, 7-game season so far. That's still a substantial drop. So they need him out there to drive this train, and they know that.
Well, James, sorry, name. He's the only, aside from Monk, he's the only I don't want to say playmaker, but he's the only one that can create their own offense off the bounce, get into the key and everything else like that. Everybody else has to be set up by the point guard or the offense. You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the things that I wish they maybe had a little bit more of on this team, somebody that can create their own shot. They got Fox and Monk, which is cool, but if one of them goes down like we've seen, now you only got one guy and everything else is kind of station to station. So those numbers, they don't surprise me just because they don't have any other Foxes outside of Monk.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, though, that you don't want to have too many of those guys. I think Terrence Davis is another guy that can create his own offense, but he's not a guy that they're asking to do that. So for right now, I think that they're hoping that everyone plays within the flow of the offense, figures out the offense, figures out the nuances of the offense, and then what's next, which is, adding more and more pieces to this offense as they go along during the season. This thing is a work in progress, and it takes a long time to really figure all of these things out. I think, we go back and we look at how Rick Adelman was able to turn things around so fast in like during the 98-99 season, where you literally brought all of these pieces in together at one time. You got Peja to come over from Europe. You drafted Jason Williams. You traded for Chris Webber. You brought in Vlade Divac, and I think in addition to that, John Barry, all in one offseason. How did that work out so quickly? And I think part of the reason was that you're basically getting 100% buy-in, but also like Jason Williams and his ability to create for others meant so much early on in that process to get everybody going. Fox isn't really that type of player, but you do need these creators. You need these guys that can do stuff here and there to when the ball gets sticky, when the defense tightens up. And it is good to have at least two of them. And, to be honest with you, I'd like to see them play a little bit more together as far as Fox and Monk. Have two guys out there that can do a little bit more. But sometimes you keep adding them, and then all of a sudden you're an ISO team, and that's not what they want here. And I don't like watching that style of basketball either.
Wish Carmelo Anthony was here.
There it is.
What did you think of Mike Brown's post-game press conference the other night?
Yeah, I thought it was good. Like I like that he was willing to stand up and get a fine, because I'm sure he will get a fine. I don't know what it'll be. We haven't seen it yet, which is a good sign for him. But you gotta go out there and stand up for your guys. And I've even, like, realistically, I've called for it in game. Like, I would like to see him stand up for his guys in a game where he gets a technical or he gets two technicals and gets thrown out. Heaven forbid, like, you're coming into Wednesday's game, your center averaged like 4.7 personal fouls per game. And like per 36, he's at like 5.8. He'd already fouled out of 3 games and out of 6, and fouled out of 3 games total all of last season. So it's not like he's a guy who's habitually in foul trouble. And then on the flip side, your point guard, who's one of the best at finishing it in the paint in the NBA, he can't get a foul call. And he's down like nearly 2.8 free throw attempts per game over his height of 7.2 a couple of years ago. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You need to stand up for your guys, and you need to get these guys, you need to show support and make sure that your players know that you're trying to do your best with the officials as well. And I also like the front office. They need to be in constant communication with the league. They need to be sending the league like the clear issues that they're seeing on the court that are leading to their guys getting foul trouble or a lack of foul calls, and other teams not having the same issue. That is something that does happen. The front office will put together a video package. They'll send it to the league and say, look, what are we supposed to do here? We're losing by a couple of points here and there. And look at all of these discrepancies that we see. And the league won't really do anything about it, but they may look at the video and say, okay, we can see where your player did X, Y, and Z. And they may even communicate to the officiating crews that are coming up that are going to do Kings games that, like, look, for some reason, like, this player is getting a bunch of foul calls, and this is what we saw in the video. Can you guys, like, maybe watch the video as well and have a little bit more of an understanding of where the team is coming from and where the player is coming from? So that communication's big. But again, I would like to see Mike Brown sort of put his foot down and say, like, enough is enough. Like, calling timeouts is one thing. Reviewing plays in the first quarter, that's another thing. But, like, those things cost him. I would like to see him, like, vocalize his displeasure.
But that's a little tough, because it costs you points, though. Or it could cost you points. Like in an in-game scenario, you just pointed this out, James, all of the games have been close. So if you're giving away a point or potentially 2, that's tough.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about giving away a point in the first quarter, giving away a point in the second quarter. Like, if you can't make that up, and I'll also say this.
Challenging a call in the first quarter, just pick up a technical.
Yeah, no, but I mean, teams, like, historically, like, they usually respond well when your coach goes out and picks up a tech. So they'll take on that point. And, it's no guarantee that it's going to go in. I mean, we saw the Kings already, miss 2 technical free throws in one game. So there's all kinds of potential here. And even that was those were crazy technicals for, I can't even remember which game that was, but for a team coming out of the huddle too slow at the beginning of quarters, it was I'd never seen anything like that. Again, there's these points of emphasis that happen early in the season and then they die down.
They got
What's
Giannis
that?
at the free throw line.
For taking too long?
Yeah, they got Giannis at the free throw line.
Yeah, leave my boy Giannis alone.
Some email must have gone. What was the palming thing for Jordan Poole? Some email must have gone out, James.
Yeah, I remember Kings fans used to count when Karl Malone was at the line. Because Karl Malone, I mean, I think you only have 5 seconds.
10.
And yeah, is it 10?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Karl Malone would go to 13.
Yeah, they would sit there and count and count and
They were
count.
counting the number of kids he doesn't talk to that he has. 1, 2, 3.
There's a
Or they're counting how. Nah.
Yeah.
much darker story there. Yeah.
Nah. I ain't doing that.
We probably shouldn't go down that path.
I ain't doing that.
Did we lose Damien?
How
are you?
I think that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't have armrests. Sometimes you just fall right out of your chair.
I ain't doing that. With the Kings though, I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Well, I think there's a joke there about how how many seconds it took for him to take a free throw.
That is what I was gonna say though. Damien talked about before the Heat game, and it was in correlation to what happened in the Heat Warriors game, where Jordan Poole got called for 3 discontinued dribbles, whatever the case may be. Damien said, and I agree, I thought that was a good look. Maybe Doug Christie or Jay Triano or Lindsey Harding go to the referees before. We're like, look, what's going on with the Sabonis thing? What does he have to do to stay on the floor? And kind of, build that relationship or have that conversation with the referees, and in hopes of him staying on the floor in that Heat game. I don't know if it actually happened, but something happened, something worked, because he didn't get his first foul until in the fourth quarter. Do you think that might have happened on Wednesday before that Heat game? Somebody had a conversation with the refs?
Yeah, I think they probably had a conversation with the refs. I think they also had a conversation with Sabonis and said, look, man, you need to make adjustments quickly because we can't afford to have you on the bench. And that's a big deal. I mean, you can't have your central offensive and defensive hub sitting on the bench, especially when the guys who are coming in to replace him do not play the same style of basketball he does. And so you're really trying to reinvent the wheel when he goes off the court. And whether it was them saying, having a really good conversation with the officials in pregame, even Domas going in and, just saying, hey, look, I've been having foul trouble, and can you walk me through some of the issues that I'm having, because I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and I need to make sure that I'm not in foul trouble for my teammates. That's a possibility too. So somebody somewhere had some discussions, but I'm going to guess that it was probably 4 or 5 discussions about how they couldn't get him to stop fouling, about how they can have the officials be a little lighter on him, about just, he's hard to officiate because he's such a physical player, but he can't go into a game against Mason Plumlee and foul out and be in foul trouble the whole game. Get limited completely by Mason Plumlee. That's, if it's Jokic or it's Embiid, that's one thing, but we're talking about Mason Plumlee. That, to me, that can't have that.
No disrespect. Did you notice anything different from Sabonis? Did you know? Could you see he was doing things differently out there?
I didn't even notice. When I've been watching every single game, almost all of them seem so ticky tack.
Yeah.
I don't understand. There's a physicality that's happening on the court, and we talked about it early. Look at how many physical big men he went up against in the first week of the season. Mm-hmm. We're talking Nurkic, why am I drawing a blank? The big kid for the Clippers. Looney. Then you get to Steven Adams. He's going up against a beast every single night. And so you have to play it like fair, though, because like clearly he's getting hit as well. We've seen that. Like, I was worried that watching the first like 4 games of the season, there's no way he's going to stay healthy. Like, how do you stay healthy when you're getting hit time and time and time again? And I don't know what the answer is. Like, you've got to sit there and just, pray that you stay healthy and do your weight room work and all that stuff. But he's definitely a physical player, but we've never seen this issue from him really before, where he just can't stay on the floor. So yeah, adjustments need to be made, but adjustments need to be made from everyone, including himself, including his teammates who are hanging him out to dry and letting guys get to the middle of the key, or asking him to be the help defender that, look, he's not a weak side shot blocker. It just is what it is. He's not a shot blocker. People need to understand that, and that's okay. There are a lot of really good defensive bigs who don't block shots. But if you need him to do that, you're going to get him in foul trouble.
And that was the other thing about, the conversation about, rim protector next to him and all this other stuff. You mentioned it, Ham. I agree with you 100%. You got to stop letting these guys just go into the paint, and get by you so easily on the perimeter. You can do those type of things if you have a Rudy Gobert back there, and maybe he can clean up a lot of stuff. You don't, and it's not Sabonis' fault or the GM's fault or nothing like that. This is the roster you have. These guys on the perimeter have to do a little bit better job of creating some resistance. That's what I always thought the Kings' problem has been for the last couple of years, is there wasn't enough resistance on the perimeter. We saw De'Aaron Fox in that first game against Miami give resistance to Tyler Hero when he was going, and kind of change the whole game in that dynamic. And I just think they need to, that's one way to help Sabonis and help your defense overall, is if they're better on the perimeter.
Yeah, and I'm going to show a comment here from Rory. The Kings should probably find a backup big who can play a similar style to Domas. I totally agree with that sentiment, and I think that is what their plan is with Neemias Queta. Now, whether that works or not, we have no idea. We're talking about a young kid who played took up basketball late and played at Utah State. I mean, it's going to take time to develop him. But again, a big man that can get in the pick and roll, that can get into a motion offense, that sets huge picks, that can rebound like crazy, and who block shots. So sort of a version of Sabonis, but with a better shot blocking ability. He's not quite the passer, but you're trying to develop that. And I think that's what this year will be like for him in Stockton, especially with, Alex Len being in the final year of his deal. It's a good idea to have multiple guys like that, but you also can't have everybody be the same type of player. I mean, just go back to Utah last year, where Utah had Gobert, and then they went out and signed Hassan Whiteside. That doesn't make any sense, because when a team tries to do something different against you and they start to succeed at doing something different, and the only thing you have is to bring out the same exact style of player to try to defend that, you're going to get smoked. And that, why I've always said, Rashawn Holmes and a player like Gobert would probably be really good together, because he can go out and defend the perimeter when teams start to do things that are not working for you, that are, anyway.
In theory, though, James, isn't that what Rashawn Holmes is to Sabonis?
Maybe a little bit. He is a different style of player. But the way that the Kings are running the offense, I think that would be the sort of the segue to Rashawn Holmes. Rich he has to figure out the offense and defensive schemes quicker. He's got to get out there and really figure out how to play this style of play and how to succeed in this style. Because, I mean, I always compare Golden State Warriors, because that's where Mike Brown was before. But shouldn't Rashawn Holmes be able to do some of the things that Kevin Looney does? Yes, that's the answer. Yes. So you don't have to be a 3-point shooter to play next to him. You don't have to be a great passer, because Looney's not. But what you do have to do is play within the style of the offense and play within the style of the defense. When you're supposed to show and push a guard out to the sideline, you got to be there. Like, there is no time to wait. You need to be there when you're supposed to go set a screen for an offensive player, for a guard at the top of the key. Like, it's just too slow. And the guards are getting they're getting rich in foul trouble because they're taking off too early and he's not set a screen yet. Well, that's not the guard's fault most of the time. It's that he's not getting to his spot quick enough in order to set that screen to have them go. So there's a lot of like continuity issues that we're seeing with this team right now, just chemistry issues. A lot of these things will actually work out if you give them enough time, but it's really hard when you're in an 82-game season and you fall to 0-4 and all of a sudden you start looking at the record and saying, where am I going to get my wins? And you're going to focus on the guys that are doing what they need to do correctly in order for your offense and your defensive schemes to work. And you're going to play the other guys less and less minutes because they're not like figuring it out quick enough. And you're going to try other things. I mean, how many times have we already seen Mike Brown go to Alex Len off the bench as a third center in the first half? It's like 2 or 3 times already. That should not be the case unless everyone's in foul trouble and you got to make a move because of foul trouble.
It felt like Dwayne Dedmon took that game on a couple of nights ago really personally. I'm not trying to be like, he went at Rashawn when they were on the floor together and won like every time. Rashawn had a tough night against Miami.
Yeah, like the Dedmon thing. If Dedmon would have just played that way, he would have been in Sacramento for all 3 years. Like, Dedmon, in theory, was a perfect player for what they were trying to do at that time. Now, they tried to have him do other things like pass the ball, and that was a disaster. I think his second game that he was with the Kings, he turned the ball over like 8 times.
I remember that.
He got flat out beat out by Rashawn Holmes for that job.
I honestly think it's the hair. I think he's better since he shaved his head. He's far more menacing.
Did have a little Caesar when he was here.
He's far more menacing with a bald head.
And I think the beard is a little thicker.
I think the
too.
beard's thicker. He looks more like a like it works.
You want to trade for him?
No. I'm okay. But like I think that's why it's working so much. I think it's because he shaved his head.
I also think that players who have never made money and then all of a sudden sign a 3-year, $40 million contract, the expectations change very quickly and they feel those expectations. And I didn't think Dedmon was a bad dude. I just think that he got overwhelmed by the expectations. I know when he was in Sacramento, like right in the beginning of the season, they had a new baby or during the offseason coming in. Like, he had a lot of life-changing things happening at the same time, including going from a guy who'd never made any money at all to a guy who like basically made, I think, twice as much in his first season in Sacramento that he had in his entire career combined. And, sometimes guys just don't adjust well to that. It gets in their head. And I think with Sacramento, it got in his head. He couldn't even shoot the 3 ball when he came in as like a 37.5% 3-point shooter the year before. And that's what they needed. They needed the floor spacer, and he just wasn't able to do it.
To be fair, I don't know how I'd act either. If I all of a sudden got a big influx of money, I don't know how. Probably unbearable. That would just be my guess.
What do I need to work hard for? I'm paid.
That's right.
You got the I don't have to work hard because I got paid guys. You got the nervous Nellies, the guys who make so much money and then they're looking around like everyone is looking at me like I'm rich and I'm struggling.
That's Kenny's life. That's how everyone looks at Kenny.
Hey James, I don't mean to steal too much content from the Kings Beat. You guys want to hear everything, you need to go check out the Kings Beat. But I was listening last night and I thought the conversation that you had about the second unit and how some of their struggles collectively, not just Davion or Rashawn or whatever, but just collectively as a group was pretty interesting. Like, you mind kind of going over that a little bit? Because I thought that was a good point by you.
Yeah, I mean, like, we had some pretty heated debates in the last podcast.
I know.
Like Sean was being a bit of a contrarian, but that's okay.
No.
It's good discussion. And look, I don't think that a lot of the guys on the bench are playing that well. But I also have to look at, the way that this team is built. And it's a big deal that you have a 2-time All-Star who, like, not only is he a great passer, but his dad was a great passer. He's come from, like, that's who he is in Sabonis in your starting unit. And then you're expecting these other guys to go into the second unit and play with guys that don't play that same style and that don't have the same pedigree, the same, you can even say it like talent level, like success level. And that's not a knock. I mean, like, there's players in the league that do very specific things. And like Sabonis just happens to be really, really good at rebounding, really, really good at position defense and like sort of anchoring the middle of a court. He's really good at passing and seeing the floor and making his teammates better. And you can't expect a guy like Richaun Holmes to just step on the floor and be that same guy. Mm-hmm. And I think that they're like, when I'm watching this team play, they are really working hard to get this type of offense ingrained in these players. And they're not going to things that might work, like the easy fixes. The easy fix for this team is to run, pick and rolls half of the game. Like half of the game. If you ran pick and rolls half of the game, this team would be like devastating offensively. They're really, really good offensively right now, and they're only going to get better in the system that they're doing. But it almost feels like Mike Brown is saying, I'm not going to allow you guys to break from learning this. You need to learn how to play within the confines of this offense and get better and build on something here so we can start adding all these other wrinkles. Then there will come a point this season where we're going to have this offense rolling, and then we'll start peppering in those pick and roll opportunities for guys and sort of the extra things that kind of feel like are lacking right now. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I think the second unit, it's really hard to like put a lot of blame on these guys. They're not playing that well. As soon as the starters come off the court, this thing goes, south really quickly. But they don't have like a center of the universe player like Sabonis to work around. And it makes things very difficult. And again, like if you're not running pick and rolls for Richaun Holmes, it's very difficult for him to get a shot up. He is not a back to the basket big. He is not a jump shooting big. He is a pick and roll guy, and a guy that even if you allowed him to play with De'Aaron Fox a bunch, De'Aaron Fox knew how to get downhill, draw everyone to the rim, and drop it back to Richaun Holmes for that little flip, the little push shot at the free throw line or a step in from the free throw line. Mm-hmm. Well, he's just not getting any of those opportunities because that's not the style of play that they're doing right now.
Could the second unit run through, like if Keegan stayed out with them, like could it run through him the way it runs through Sabonis? And would that even help, or is that not enough?
No, I think a year from now, yeah. But today,
yeah,
like today, no. Like, I mean, you're already asking a lot from Keegan Murray. You're asking him to understand like basically 4 positions on both ends of the court. You're asking him to adjust to the physicality of the NBA level, to the talent level of the NBA level. Like all of the things that are going through his head on a daily basis are just swimming. He will be a really good passer. You can see it. He's got great court vision. We've seen him go over the top to Sabonis a couple of times on some really, really pretty like pin down moves by Sabonis. And he's a good passer. He's got all of the skills, but you got to give him more time to figure out the game. And I think for right now, allowing guys like Monk and guys like Kevin Huerter to be those secondary and third playmakers as opposed to Keegan, or even, Harrison Barnes. Like Harrison has never really been that guy either. And it takes a long time. Like I think it was 2 seasons ago, he was a really good passer, but it was by necessity. Him and Buddy Hield both had a bunch of assists. They both had career highs in assists for the season. And that was out of necessity because you didn't have that second and third playmaker. I think at this point, the Kings do have a lot of playmakers. Do they have a bunch of guys that can create their own shots? No, but they have a bunch of guys that can create shots for other guys. And that's as valuable too when you're doing this style of offense.
Okay. You brought up something about Harrison Barnes, or you mentioned Harrison Barnes' name. I want to ask you about the fourth quarter of Miami's game, and then we'll prepare for Orlando. James, I think this is going to be a tough matchup ahead for the Sacramento Kings for a variety of different reasons, but we'll talk about that with the creator of the Kings Beat, our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
For sure.
Where my pen go? Where the hell did that pen go? Oh,
James, is it cold up there?
Right now, it is 58 degrees. It was in, I think it was in the 30s last night.
It had to be. It was in the 30s out here. Like,
yeah,
high degrees.
It was definitely cold, and it was so cold that our van wouldn't start this morning. Like it hit the battery pretty good. So I don't know if that's my battery is dying and I'm gonna have to swap it out pretty quick, or if it's just a one-time thing. I put a trickle charger on it, and it came back to life pretty quickly, and then I let it run for a while.
Cold. It's supposed to be a little mini storm starting on Sunday. Getting weather. We're getting elements.
Yeah, it's good that we're seeing snow already pop up.
Yeah.
I have not, Aldrin J, I have not checked out the new Drake and 21 Savage album.
21.
Let's see. I don't know what Plant versus Benavidez is.
It's a boxing match.
Oh.
It's a good one.
No.
Just pick one. Plant or Benavidez. Just go ahead, pick one.
It's a toss-up?
So I can hold you to it.
Choose my side. Choose my side now. Is it this weekend?
No, it's not even officially signed yet.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll look him up. Like I like boxing.
That's cheating. Pick one.
No, like I would look him up and like look at the players, not look up the who's favored.
I'm giving you a hard time. I was about to say something to you though. Man, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I think we might have talked about this before. Do you like college basketball?
Do I like college basketball?
Yeah. Like, do you watch it throughout the year?
I do. I get heavier into it later in the year, and then I go back and watch a lot of like footage and film study when I'm doing mock drafts. So yeah, like I do watch, like conference tournaments, the tournament, but then I go back and I watch a lot of specific, play types. It's tough because it's right in the middle of the NBA season, and like I have to dedicate so much time and energy to the NBA season that it takes me away from a lot of stuff. And the one thing I won't let it take away from is the NFL. So I love to watch football, and so I can't ask the wife to like basically give up everything because James has to watch more sports.
Well, that's why you just got to watch it at about 2 a.m. like I do.
Chris Juvenile, is Brendan's car totaled? I'm going to guess that Brendan's car is totaled because his passenger side airbags went off, and that's usually just that alone is so expensive. But yeah.
Damn, I'm one episode behind and Brendan's car is totaled?
Yeah.
He got in a car crash right before the podcast.
No wonder he couldn't come on today's show. Jesus.
Yeah, so Brendan was doing a Taco Bell run and coming back for the podcast with one of his friends in the car, and Brendan is in between apartments. He moved out of one and he's waiting for another one, so he's got this little buffer. So he's driving to one of his friends. A car pulled over to the side. He thought they were parking, and then a young girl just decided to hang a U-turn right into Brendan and crushed him right in the passenger side, and the airbag went off, and Brendan was okay. Everyone was okay, but Brendan's his buddy took a brunt of the abuse, like the side airbag. He put his arm up, and it got him pretty good. Like he's got some some airbag damage. Yeah,
That sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. Tell him I'm sorry I invited him on the show, not knowing he had been on.
I think he's okay. I mean, like he survived the whole podcast, but you know, he's a young guy who hasn't been through that before. The whole uninsured motorist thing, the calling the police,
man,
all that stuff. Yeah. So, luckily he's insured. And
Aldrin J, that's how hungry I am, bro. I'm so freaking hungry. I'm drinking a soda.
I like that your little soda machine, your vending machine.
It's a good soda machine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some good stuff. It's got the Orange Crush in a can.
Oh yeah, that's a good look.
You guys are children.
It's a good look.
You need to drink Coke Zero like an adult.
Coke Zero.
I can't do any diet stuff. I can't handle it.
It's not diet, it's zero. It's not the same.
Bob Hatchie, how old is Brendan? You can ask Brendan that when we do a live show. I'll let Brendan decide if he wants to tell you how old he is. He's not a baby.
Y'all need to stop pointing out me drinking a Coke Zero. Look, this is supposed to be a safe space. Y'all leave me alone. I'm freaking hungry. I didn't. Y'all laughed at me because my almonds crunched too loud. I forgot my bag. All I had was that goddamn green juice.
Yeah, I'm not drinking hot tea today. That's been my typical thing.
What I would really like is some coffee, but that coffee machine out there is really intimidating.
How so?
That coffee machine out there is crazy. It's got like 49 different. Oh, press this button. Press this button. I ain't even got a cup here.
Well, you know, you got options.
I guess.
Options are good. I like options with my food, drinks.
Bro, you're drinking. This man, this grown up, this 39-year-old human being is eating a bag of M&Ms and drinking like, is that orange juice?
Yeah, that's some orange juice. Didn't want any soda.
Peanut M&Ms or regular M&Ms?
Doesn't even sound good. That sounds awful.
Peanut M&M.
Yeah, real M&Ms are not.
Yeah, no.
No.
That's not it. Yeah, man, you know, hey, man, you know, skin's good. I'm healthy. You know, I'm good. Good.
Okay. Well, you're probably less hungry than I am with those M&Ms, so I applaud you for that. I wanted to ask you, Hammer, about the final quarter the other night. And it was the first time we saw, Keegan kind of not get that late game run. And I just, without my commentary, I'm curious, what were your thoughts when you realized, or even if it was post game, that Keegan went like 9 straight minutes without seeing the floor in the fourth?
Yeah, I was watching it play out in real time. Look, that was a back and forth battle. And Mike Brown felt comfortable with the lineup on the court. And I'm not going to freak out on Mike Brown because he didn't put a rookie back in the game in the final 9 minutes. I definitely thought that he was having some struggles, both on the offensive end and the defensive end. I think, what was he, 3 of 7 from the field in that game? But he wasn't shooting enough. He was like, on occasion, Keegan Murray is going to look normal. He's going to not look like a superstar rookie. He's going to have moments where, whether it's the matchup, whether it's the location, whatever it is, where he's going to look a little out of sorts. That's just the way it is when you're a rookie. And I thought that was the first time we really had seen him look totally out of sorts. And even the game before that, he struggled. He hit a late 3 to get to 12 points. And I thought, again, he just wasn't quite in the flow. I think he was 5 of 15. And I thought it was really interesting that, his dad, went out on Twitter and said something about it. So, because I think it was Cameron Salerno who put it out there. Well, he hasn't checked in. He didn't check in the final, 9:36. And his dad came out and said, look, he didn't deserve to be in there. He wasn't playing. He was struggling a little bit on the offensive end, but defensively he was struggling too, and all that stuff. And, it was good to see. It was good to see a dad who takes accountability for, and who's honest with people, and isn't making stuff up. I thought that was really good, but I also think, it's good that that Keegan Murray has that type of backing.
Mm-hmm.
If you surround yourself with yes men, you're doing yourself a huge disservice at the NBA level. And we see so many players do it. And that showed me right there, like, look, this is an honest to goodness dad who understands the game and who also understands that, like, his kid is imperfect. He's not going to be perfect every game. No one should expect that, including his dad. And it's okay. It's okay for him to have a game where he's not perfect because he's surrounded by professional athletes that can step in and pick him up when he needs that. And, again, the Kings lose that game on a bad buzzer beater. Well, not a buzzer beater, but close to it. But on a bad final play by the officials, and we wouldn't even be wondering about the Keegan Murray situation. And it's also, it's good because Slater was out there and was able to ask a couple of questions. We're going to run into this a lot this season where not a lot of guys are traveling, not a lot of media companies are traveling, and you're not going to have a lot of questions for Mike Brown or the team when they're on the road. So at least we did have a little bit there, but clearly
Mike Brown was... Anthony Slater, though. He planned this trip flawlessly. He did. Hey, guys, I can cover the Warriors and the Kings. One fell swoop to Miami. Come on, I got this.
He pitched that He pitched that strong. Yeah,
that was great work.
I wonder if he's staying in Orlando.
I don't know. I haven't checked in with him. Yeah. So
for a day or two.
Yeah, and I'm going to point out, like Rory says again, Rory, I just keep singling you out today in a good way, not usually in a good way, but today in a good way.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Yeah, but Aaron Fox and Kenyon Murray would probably get along really well. They're both straight shooters. They're also like there comes a point, like again, I coach my son forever. There comes a point where your child has to make their own way. You can't continue to like go to coaches and there's so many people that want to do that. They want to have their kids back. They want to go to the coach and say, hey, is there any way you could play my son a little bit here or put him in a different position or you could use more minutes. There comes a point with your kids where you got to let them like earn whatever they're going to get out there and do. They have to earn themselves. Mm-hmm. And I think that's great that Keegan Murray, number one, had to earn a starting job. But also, like, if you're not playing well, you got to earn your fourth quarter minutes. And, like, look, I don't think he's hitting a rookie wall 7 games into a season, but I certainly think he's exhausted. I think everybody is. You're learning something new. He's never been on a 4-game road trip before like this, where you're gone for 10 or 12 days. Like, there's all kinds of adjustments. Like you got to worry about significant others and who's taking care of it, if you have a dog or not. Like he's learning on the fly here what it's like to be an NBA player. And it's really good to have strong sounding boards who are responsible, respectful of the franchise and are willing to say stuff, even if it's on social media, like, hey, he's going to struggle here and there.
I remember one game I went to, probably 2019 because people were in the stands. I was there. So Aaron Fox was backstage in the tunnel, where all the like family and friends meet up afterwards or whatever. And the Kings had lost to the Clippers, I think it was. De'Aaron didn't have a good game. And I remember Aaron Fox, he wasn't going on a rant, so to speak, but I guess I was close enough to hear it, and it was loud enough for if you're close enough to hear him, to hear what he was saying. And somebody had said something, and he's like, man, this ain't on Vlade. I don't want to hear this. It's on the damn point guard. It's on the point guard. We ain't got no leadership out here. He said the man shot 11 times. I could have stayed home if he was going to shoot 11 times. Like, the point guard got to be better. It's as simple as that. And I was like, I dig that. I like
that. Would be you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would absolutely be you.
Yes, 100%. But yeah, that's how he gets down, man, and I dig that.
I think it should be pointed out too, like, this is such a labor of love for an entire family. Like, when you play as many games as these guys do coming up, the AAU circuit, the whatever it is, like traveling all over the place. Like the Kings had, what was it, Corey Joseph and Tristan Thompson, that their families allowed them to leave and move to Las Vegas in high school to go play so they could get more exposure and get a better opportunity to go to Texas and all that stuff. It's such a huge, tremendous thing. And like, so I never really want to like attack a parent because like it's such a success story for everyone. It's not just the player. The player put in a lot of work, but how many times did that family miss events, miss things because they were waiting to pick up their kid at basketball practice or whatever practice? So again, I love when we actually get some of these parents that like are around and like the exuberance of Rashawn Holmes' family, his mom and his dad singing "We Win" after games and stuff. To me, that's the cool part about this, is that you're getting to see people who, like, again, like I coached my son in soccer. I would have loved if he could have become a professional soccer player. That wasn't going to happen. But like to see these other families that get to take it to the next level and get to keep going, or like the herders who have like one kid in the NBA and 3 other kids in Division I programs getting like free rides. Like they really
want all
like,
3 of them. Get all 3 of them here.
Team herder.
Yeah, team herder. But it's really cool because it's such a dedication, and I know, Kenny, like how much you put into it. But all of these guys, they did the same thing. They were, taking their kids, even like Harrison Barnes' mom, single mom, struggling and like making it happen for her son. A kid from Iowa, from nowhere, Iowa, makes it to North Carolina, makes it to the NBA. Like it's really cool to hear these stories.
Well, we got a story to be told tomorrow. It'll be the Kings and the Magic. Are you at all concerned, as I am, by the fact Orlando is starting 5 guys who are about 8 feet tall?
Yeah, I mean, my concern is that their starting lineup can basically like put their wingspans out and like reach across America. Like if you string them along side by side, it's crazy. That team is so incredibly long and athletic, and Orlando probably has 4 guys that the Kings need to trade for. Like not all 4 of them, but 4 guys that would work perfectly with what the Kings' biggest need is that shot blocking forward that can, play multiple positions, but they can do the weak side help. They've got Wendell Carter, they've got Jonathan Isaac, who's always hurt, but we're seeing Bull like succeed, averaging 2 blocks a game. You got Mo Bamba there. Even Wagner can block shots. Like you really have a lot of players that would make sense for the Kings' current roster. If there was one team I would circle that the Kings should look to trade with, it would be that team. I just don't know that they have anything that would make sense to go out and get any of those guys. But yeah, that is a long, athletic, young, fun, team to watch. And I think it should be a pretty good battle. I think, again, Keegan Murray versus Paolo Banchero should be really, really fun to watch.
He may not be able to play, but I'd take a flyer on Mo Bamba. See what he has to his game here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I would take a flyer on Bamba, especially he's been able to stretch the floor and become a 3-point shooter. That's really kind of one of those things that the Kings are missing. They cannot put, they can try it, but I don't think it would work to put Rashawn Holmes and Domantas Sabonis on the court together. And I'm not going to, you couldn't do that with Len and Sabonis, or even Keita and Sabonis. I'm not just putting it all on the fact that Rashawn Holmes can't really play alongside him. But if you had one of those guys that could shoot from the perimeter and give you something as a shot blocker, I think it's the one ingredient that is truly missing from this team. Even like a guy like Jeremy Grant would have made sense for this team the way it's constructed right now. It's just like, what would you have had to give up and all that stuff. So Yeah, I think this team, you can see it right now. They're one piece away for sure from being like who you really want them to be. And you kind of know exactly what that piece is. So at least you have that. At least you know you can circle the 12 guys in the league that would make sense for you and then try to go, rip one of those guys away.
You'd rather try Bamba than Keita?
Yeah, because
I was going to say Keita's free essentially. So maybe you try him, but I don't know if he can shoot the way Bamba can.
No, I mean Bamba can play the 4, the 4 and the 5. Keita to me can only play the 4. I mean, can only play the 5, and that's okay. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think you need someone that can really, like, even if you're going to push, Sabonis to the 4 and put a long, lanky shot blocker next to him, it's got to be someone that can get out and defend the perimeter. And I don't think Keita can do that. That's my concern. And Alex Lynn can't do that. And Rashawn Holmes has shown that in the past. But the fact that neither one of them can shoot the 3 with any efficiency, that's an issue. I mean, Sabonis did hit his first 3 the other night. And I think he's 1 for 8 on the season after that.
Shout out to Lethal Shooter.
Lethal Shooter.
Lethal Shooter did help him on his free throws, I think, though.
Okay, he didn't Lethal Shooter, isn't he also responsible for Sabonis being 1 of 8?
No, he's not.
No?
No.
That wasn't Lethal Shooter?
No.
Oh.
That's Sabonis.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
No, that's Sabonis, 1 of 8. Or 0 for 7. The 1 is for Lethal Shooter.
Oh, okay.
And then
okay.
the free throws are Lethal Shooter.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Got it.
I saw a thread about that, though. About Lethal Shooter. Like, people were talking about, they'd be like, have a picture with Lethal Shooter with Grayson Allen. And,
are you breaking news, James?
No, Greg Popovich did just release a statement on the Josh Primo situation. So,
oh Lord,
I looked down. Yeah,
that was crazy. But yeah, no, Sabonis. In all seriousness,
so Lethal Shooter's 1 of 1 on the season.
1 of 1. In all seriousness, though, I did love him hitting his free throws at the end of the game.
Man,
I mean, and that was a situation where I wasn't sure how that was going to go. But 4 clutch free throws from Sabonis. That was
huge.
And obviously, if he could hit the 3, that'd be great. But I think if he could just become a super consistent free throw shooter alone, I think that's going to help his game so much more as well. Because what was he last year, James? I don't have it in front of me, but did he struggle a little bit from the line? I feel like he did off the top of my head.
Yeah, he's not a great career 3-point shooter. I mean free throw shooter. Let me see. I've got it right here. For his career, he's 72.7.
It's not that
he shot 74.3 last season in Sacramento and 74%. So yeah, he's right around that 73, 74. He's shooting 68.4% right now with Sac. His numbers are slowly coming up. And I think we'll see, him be right around where he normally is. Just like I think Fox, it would be nice if he averaged 84% from the line, but I don't know if that will stick. Guys usually settle into who they are.
That can stick. Like that can to me. Like maybe Kevin Huerter shooting 50% from 3 and taking 10 per game. Maybe that can't stick. But there's no reason De'Aaron Fox 84% from the line can't be a season-long thing.
No, I agree with you, but I'd also say like when it comes to like Sabonis shooting the 3 ball, the Kings haven't shown the need for Sabonis to hit the 3 ball. Like the spacing has been there for them not to have that be an issue for them. It just limits the ability for him to play with a guy like Rashawn Holmes. That's the biggest thing that it does. It stops you from having him with non-shooters. But when it comes to Fox and free throws or even Harrison Barnes, they both have recovered completely from their bad start at the line. Yeah. And it's, you kind of expected that, but it should be pointed out if we're going to lambast the guys when they're shooting, horrible. Harrison Barnes is up to 80% from the line. And again, I think the one who has some explaining to do is Kevin Huerter, who's at 78.9. He's behind 3 other guys in the starting lineup. And to me, that, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Even like Malik Monk shooting 83% from the line. That's good stuff. Yeah. This team is stepped it up. They're not nearly as bad from the line as they were in the first, couple of games of the season. They're currently like 21st in the league in free throw percentage.
So tomorrow versus the Magic. Serious question. Must win for the Kings?
Must win, and it's November 4th. I mean, it's a bit of a panic moment if you don't, because you can kind of look at Monday's game and start to wonder whether or not they're going to be able to beat the Golden State Warriors on Monday. That should be a concern, and you don't want to go 1-4, 1-3 on the road trip. But more importantly, you don't want to drop to 2-7 on the season. I mean, it's a big game, especially with Wednesday. You got the Cavs rolling in, and the Cavs are super long and athletic and crazy, just like Orlando. It's a big win. It would be a big win. Need to show that you can get some against these teams that are around you in the standings, and you can't just stack losses.
I'm anxious to see
stack losses.
At this point, Sacramento, don't stack anything. Losses, days, just stop stacking. Higher movers, stop stacking. I'm curious to rebound after a tough loss the other night, especially one where the next day the NBA goes, sorry guys,
our bad.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how they respond to that. They've played well in my mind. They've played well in all 7 games. I don't expect that to change tomorrow. And James, what I said to KC earlier, what we were talking about earlier, if the Kings play the way that they have through these first 7 games, they beat Orlando. It's as simple as that to me. If they play just the way that they have through these first 7 games, they've beaten Orlando.
Yeah, and we're always going to talk about the same thing. It's that you have to learn how to compete. I think the Kings are competing.
Yeah.
Then you have to learn how to win. And then once you learn how to win, you have to learn how to consistently win and avoid long losing streaks. And like this team is in the middle of that second phase where they're learning how to win. We're seeing tight games. It's kind of a coin flip coming down the stretch. I mean, they very well could be on a 3-game winning streak. But you're also going to face a team that's going through the same phase and who's way younger than you. So there are opportunities there against a young team to get out on top of them early, to not allow them to come back in a game like what they did against Golden State last night, where they were down 16 or something and then lost to they beat the Warriors. So this team is learning how to win, and you don't want to be a team that that's behind the curve when it comes to battling against a team in the same sort of lot in life that you are, a young team that's trying to develop and get better.
Let's get this win, man.
I think our show's over. Jesse, can you confirm our show's over?
We didn't even talk Kyrie or craziness or anything else. Wow.
Well, there was, yeah.
You guys covered that?
Yeah, I don't think we have a long enough show to cover all of we really have barely talked about the Primo thing. It's like one NBA crisis at a time.
The Primo thing is crazy.
There's so many crises.
So many crises. Be up to date on all of the crises by following James Ham on social media. And of course, check out the Kings Beat. Subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter, the YouTube channel. Do the same thing here. If you're watching on YouTube right now, hit the subscribe button before you go. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. Drink responsibly. And we'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
I think you sent the wrong time. That's what confused me. 54:15. But then you sent 2 minutes. So I was like, I think he meant 55:15, but I've already screwed up the clock once, so I don't want to be wrong. Oh, man. What are you doing this weekend, Hammer?
Well, I got to cover a game tomorrow. Probably go out to dinner with the wife tonight. Watch football on Sunday. prep for a drive down on Monday. Yeah.
Oh,
Nothing-
you're going to San Francisco?
Oh yeah. So I probably won't be here on the show on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot about that. We could probably do Tuesday or something, but yeah, I've got to drive down to.
James Ham screwing us again.
That's right. Yeah, that's a late game too. I'm not looking forward to that, but we carpooled down for the last one. So Frankie and Chris and Brendan. So I think we're gonna do the same on this one.
Oh, that's good stuff.
I'll pile in the family truckster and drive down to the city. And
James driving the kids in the minivan.
I am driving the kids in the minivan. Yeah, it feels very much like going to a soccer tournament. Hey, I didn't freeze. Suck it, Chatty House. Suck it.
Not only that, you were in like 4K the whole day. Good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of it is that all the kids get home from school. The schools get out here at 3:00 and 3:30. All the kids rush home. They're either getting, and so they bog like all of the internets, not just mine. Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, man. Well, have a great weekend. We'll check in with you Monday. We'll plan on doing something Tuesday and kind of figure everything else out from there.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, Hammer.
Take care, Ham.
Thanks. We're just signing off. Period. Bye, everybody.